welcome our distinguished guests in this seminar room and those watching at home as well. And welcome to the Bangchak Annual Seminar 2021. My name is Wit Siti Wekin, and I would like to welcome you to the seminar on Exponential Path to Net Zero, which is Bangchak Group's 11th consecutive annual seminar. We've started in 2012. And this year will be the 38th year of Bangchak Bangchak Group, and we aim to be a centurion of years in the future. That's why our theme this year is Bangchak 100X, 100 Ideas for a Sustainable World. So thank you for being with us today. And hopefully we will get a lot of ideas that are following the megatrends that we hear a lot about today, and mainly those dealing with greenhouse gas emissions, how we can reduce them, and how we can leapfrog to a new world to overcome these challenges. We have a lot of speakers, very distinguished speakers with us today from both Thailand and internationally, which represents the variety of needs and the international scope of this issue, and it covers a variety of disciplines from technology, for example, from carbon capture technology, carbon storage, clean hydrogen, from methane pyrolysis. These are all going to be what we will be hearing from their lives through the online channels today. And for whatever sector you are from, it doesn't matter what age group, what you do, everyone has to take a part in moving towards net zero. So I would like to head on to the opening for this annual seminar so we can listen to and learn about Bangchak's ambitions and targets towards net zero. So I'd like to invite the President and CEO of Bangchak Corporation PLC, Kun Chaywat Kawa Visarat. Please welcome him to the stage. Good morning, everyone. Greetings to the Director General of the Excise Department, our distinguished guests, the founding members of the Carbon Markets Club, and all members who are with us today, representatives from the embassy, and as our MC mentioned that we've held this annual session for 11 years now, and we have been talking about creating this carbon market back in April, and it's something that everyone is talking about these days, especially since the COP26 that just recently passed, and it's becoming the main issue on everyone's mouths and everyone's minds. So it's something I would like to talk to you a bit about today, so that you can have a better understanding about what it is, and hopefully what I will be sharing with you and our speakers later on will be able to generate a better understanding and give you a wider perspective of what greenhouse gases and what we can do with it. So greenhouse gas has been an issue we've been facing with for ages, and if you look at the natural cycle of it, when we consume anything, we emit greenhouse gases, and naturally the trees will sequester them. And you can hear that from all the projects, even the royal projects in the past. We wanted to create a lung, per se, for Bangkok by planting trees, creating green spaces. And that's what the earth has been creating a balance for over the many years. And if we don't have greenhouse gases at all, that would be a problem, because temperatures would drop and we might freeze. So some greenhouse gases are okay, but we have to keep a balance. And looking over the past decade, you can see that the world GDP has increased, grown exponentially, but that also meant that the increase in greenhouse gas emissions, especially carbon emissions, has increased even more than our economic growth. And all these carbon emissions are excessive, and it's like wearing too many layers or putting on too many blankets. After a while, it will become too hot to bear. And now everyone is feeling the effects. For example, simple physics in Thailand, uh, the countries will, like in Thailand, will be hotter, more humid, but cold countries will be more dry and more cold. So if we look at the data, in the next 100 years, we'll be having heavy rains for 50 years. And or if we look at the once in a century heavy rains, it will be happening every maybe 5 years instead of every 100. So it will be more extreme. It might happen in a couple of years, maybe 3 or 4 years, but the effects will be much more extreme than the downpours we've seen in the past. And we've gotten to a point where we all have to acknowledge and find a solution, because if we don't do anything, the world temperature, average temperature will increase by 2.7 degrees Celsius, and the severe and extreme weather conditions will increase and will continue to do so until we put that in control. And these are just images that we have seen or we expect to happen if we don't do anything. So how do we do that? How do we create a better world? And this is a theme that Bangchak has been discussing for many years. And when we talk about decarbonization, it's not just about EV, because electric vehicles is a very trending topic. A lot of people are discussing it right now, but it's not just about EVs. If we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, first thing we need to do is reforestation. We've talked about reforestation for many years. If we look at the forests that we've lost, we need to build them back, because these are important ecosystems, especially in the mangroves and along the coast. And we look at the numbers, we can see that the industrial processes contribute 70% of emissions, and reforestation would be able to offset partially that amount. What else we need to improve is we have to look at agriculture, because agriculture contributes to about 16% of emissions. So we need to have agriculture that's friendly to the environment and be better in regards to greenhouse gas emissions. That's why we have to look at things like precision farming, smart farming, all encompassed under advanced agriculture, using different technologies in every step, every layer of our agricultural processes. And we'll be talking about these technologies in the future that will reduce the amount of farming that we do. Our population might increase, but we have to look at things like synthetic biology to reduce our reliance on land and the amount of agriculture we do to support the number of people we have. And the final one is something that might be strange to most of us, but in order to change it, but it's also one of the biggest contributors, which is the energy sector. We have to look at transitioning our energy sources, look at more renewable energies, look at electrical vehicles. And like I said, EVs are important, but they're not the only thing we have to focus on. We have to look at different ways to do. If you look at the largest car manufacturers, they didn't pledge that they aren't going to stop manufacturing ICE 2040s, but by 2040, but they are going to transition instead. We're going to look at other things that can help with the energy sector, like carbon capture and hydrogen as a source of energy as well. But what is really going to catalyze this process is what we see at the top of the banner here. What we talk about carbon credit trading. Out of COP26, what we heard was the one clear thing was about cross-border carbon credits and trading. We were talking about things like carbon tax, and this is a thing that will drive our transitions and all these changes to happen faster. And the people who are here with us here, about 100 people, we have pledged to offset your carbon footprint, so you will all be carbon neutral for this seminar. And if we look at the details of each activity, we look at reforestation. We've done part of that. We've worked with AIT and UNESCO to plant mangrove forests. If you look at mangrove forests, they can absorb 3 to 4 times better than the normal forests that we know and understand. But what's even better is seagrass. It can absorb 8 to 9 times more carbon than terrestrial forests. And at the moment, Bangchak and Kasetsat University with the Marine Biology Department is studying this as we speak. In regards to advanced agriculture, we discussed about the technologies that we've used. The coffee cups that you will have today will be bio cups that can be used to plant trees. So we're trying to utilize materials and make it and ensure that it can be used fully. And when it comes to synthetic biology, we talked to DTI, and this is something that is going to answer a lot of our problems. In regards to energy transition, I think we're somewhere in the middle at the moment right now. So we're looking at renewables. We're in the middle of transitioning. And the most important thing in this transition is energy storage, because last year our seminar was on energy storage and it was quite well received, which we consider storage to be a key factor of transitioning to using hydrogen fuels. So in the next 20 years, we are going to look at the world beyond fossil fuels, and hydrogen will be the solution for fueling our cars, for generating electricity. And I think that fossil fuels won't completely go away. It will coexist with these newer forms of energy. It will stay with us, and we will be able, so since it's going to be with us, so how do we capture the emissions so that we can either utilize it or we can sequester it and keep it from getting into the atmosphere? And we have very important and novel technologies that we'll be talking about today, so look forward to that. And as I mentioned, if we look at the past 2 months in Europe, if we try to push ourselves too hard and go too fast, you can look at the spike in natural gas prices. In Europe, last month it was twice as expensive as oil. Or if you look at China, when they tried to ban coal because of the Winter Olympics, we saw the economic impacts of that decision. So even though energy is the biggest problem, is the biggest monster we have to conquer, but we have to do it smartly. We shouldn't push it too fast before we are prepared, because we also have to consider energy security hand in hand with energy transition. If we don't take that into consideration, then it will cause problems like we have seen in the past few months. And this transition, we feel that the most important thing is the carbon markets. I think, this was a slide I planned to mention energy security and energy translation. And just to summarize what came out of COP26 in Glasgow, so it turned from phase out to phase down coal instead. because we now understand that we have to live with it for a while. So we phase down and we try to slowly transition. We have to cut methane emissions. We have to end deforestation. And I think we'll have to end deforestation by 2040, if I remember correctly. And another important thing that came out of COP26 was we need to have better carbon trading. We need to reach a global deal for that. And this is something I think is the biggest success of COP26. It's a discussion on carbon trading deals. And we also need to provide financial support for developing countries from developed countries. And we need more cooperation from the US and China because they are the biggest emitters. And if we look at this transition as a whole, the most important bridge to make that transition possible is carbon trading. And that's why we joined with our founding members, as was mentioned earlier, to create this Carbon Markets Club. And I think this is going to be a very important mechanism to help us transition without incidents and to transition smoothly. And it's going to be a quarterly auction using the gold standard that's internationally accepted. So if you are a juristic person or a company, then you can join our Carbon Markets Club as well by going to the link on the website. And what Bangchak has done on its path to the net zero, we've done quite a lot. If you look at our investments in the green part of the pie, that's the part. The green part is the income or profits that have been put into green business investment. And we've also invested in reforestation, in EV charging, as well as carbon credit trading. And in the next 5 years, we feel that we have the capacity to become a carbon neutral organization. And we've discussed to increase our green business investment to 50% of our overall investment. We want to add a sustainable aviation fuel to our projects. And we have to look at synthetic biology that hopefully will take off in the next 5 to 10 years. And by 2050, we have a target to become net zero as an organization, and 70% of our income and our investments will go into green businesses. And that is the target that Bangchak Corporation has in this path. And we want to be the leader and an example for people. And everything I've said is only from the supply side. I need to stress that what's also as important is the demand side. Because the companies, the businesses can only do part of it. We also have to do as individuals, as consumers, to change our behavior, whether it's to recycle, to reduce, to limit our expenses and consumption, because the consumers are an important part in driving emissions as well. If we look at the past 40, 30 years, all the things that we use, we've been using it until it broke. And if we are able to get back to that mindset of using everything to its fullest extent, then I think we can reach that target.
ท่านประธานเจ้าหน้าที่บริหารนะครับแล้วก็กรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่นะครับของบริษัทบางจากคอร์ปอเรชั่นจำกัดมหาชนนะครับซึ่งทำให้เราได้เข้าใจมากขึ้นนะครับคำว่า exponent path มีความหมายว่าการเติบโตแบบที่ไม่ใช่ลีเนียร์นะครับแต่ว่าเติบโตแบบเท่าทวีคูณดังที่เราได้เห็นในกราฟนั้นจะเดินหน้ากัน
that it has to be exponential through diverse range of measures such as carbon market and carbon credit, and the role of all sectors to make progress towards net zero emission. Next, I would like to invite Kun Lavaron Sangsanit, the Director General of Excise Department, on stage to give us a speech. Thank you. Good morning and greetings to all the Bangchak executives and the members of the Carbon Trading Club and all participants and members of the press corps. Today's title is the exponential path to net zero, and when I received the invitation, I was a little bit hesitant because this is the first time that I come out to participate at meetings in person, because I have been working from home for some time to reduce the risk to myself and the family. But today's title or topic, I felt that I have to be here in person to contribute to the net zero society. And today's seminar is a very up-to-date topic, succeeding the COP26 meeting. And it is not something remote from us, but it is an everyday kind of matter that we need to manage from now. Today, technology has played increasing roles in our everyday life. Technology is the catalyst in many areas, and it also plays important roles in industries and can contribute to exponential growth. And maybe in the past we just talked about economy of scale, but today we can have economy of scope, where we can produce vaster, bigger ranges of goods and products, and you can deliver all the goods to the customers faster. So technology can contribute to exponential growth, as we saw in the slide earlier, but the role of the government is to ensure that our limited resources can be used to serve this industrial exponential growth. So that's one role of the government. But maybe we are forgetting something. While the businesses grow or the industries grow, the externalities also grow in an exponential manner. A good example is the greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. This is one classic example of the externalities. As Kun Chaewat showed earlier, the carbon emission actually growth at a greater rate than the economic growth. And this affects all countries because it has not been factored into the businesses and industries. Businesses only think about the bottom lines or the accounting, but these environmental risks are not factored into the businesses, but they are the factors that affect everyone, every country, and the whole planet. And if you have followed the COP26, you probably have heard about the concrete results out of the meeting. The superpower countries that have returned to the conference and agreed on how to manage climate change. And as for Thailand, the Prime Minister has announced Thailand's roadmap, which are divided into three phases. We will reduce the carbon gas emission by 30% in 2030 and 50% by 2040 and net zero by 2050. That is Thailand's roadmap as announced by the Prime Minister. And the measures to ensure the achievement of this roadmap, we will have to look back to the past 5-10 years. In the past 5-10 years, these measures are voluntary, and corporations which are more responsive to the environment concern talk about BCG, which is the green economy or circular economy that has already been implemented by several sustainable corporations and organizations. But these measures were voluntary. But in order to achieve the Prime Minister's announced roadmap, we cannot only rely on BCG voluntary measures, but there have to be action plans. And it's not only the Ministry of Finance that need to identify measures for the government in order to achieve these goals. I believe that the Ministry of Industry, of Natural Resources, and also the Ministry of Energy will play an important role. On the part of the Ministry of Finance, we have also identified measures. For example, the Excise Department has measures in order to regulate and manage the environment, and we have now shifted our focus to the environment and the climate through measures such as carbon tax. We have now recently started the study on carbon tax to be implemented in Thailand. But to implement environmental tax, we still adhere to the principle of polluters payers. Those who pollute will have to pay for these taxes. So when we make this an economic tool, first of all, we need to identify the carbon emission costs, prices. You can no longer emit carbon as you like, but you have to pay for the amount of carbon released into the atmosphere. So you may choose renewable energies in order to reduce your carbon emission and reduce these taxes. In other countries who are leaders in green energy, they have to approach us in identifying carbon emission taxes. The first measure is carbon tax. Companies will be given a quota on how much carbon they can release, and any excess amount will be taxed. These measures have been implemented in several countries. For example, in Singapore, since 2019, and they set a limit for companies or industries on how much they can release carbon gas, excess of which will be taxed. Japan has also implemented similar measures. This is not new. but it has already been implemented by countries who are focused on climate change. Another approach is the capture and trade. This is another interesting approach, like Kun Chaiwat already shared earlier. Today, some industries may release carbon gases more than others or more than the limits, and they can buy carbon credit from other industries with carbon emission below the limit. So the prices will be fixed by metric ton. Good examples of countries who have successful cap and trade measures are China and Germany. So we cannot do business as usual, but we need to be responsible for the climate change. And both countries, China and Germany, have implemented this cap and trade measures since earlier this year, and we'll have to see how it goes. And in Thailand, the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, or TGO, is responsible for overseeing the carbon emission in Thailand. And as Kun Chaiwat showed earlier, the energy sector is the biggest releaser of carbon gases and need to be the first focus as the biggest sector that release carbon gas. And it was a good sign that the sector has already taken initiatives earlier than planned, earlier than other sectors. So the fact that the energy sector has taken such early initiatives is a good sign for Thailand. And for the carbon taxes will further accelerate what you are already implementing so that we can achieve our goals earlier than planned. And that also will help you in reducing your cost in terms of the carbon tax. And I hope you will see that as an accelerator for achieving the goals that you already set out for yourself. And when we talk about the energy sector, there are other subsectors. For example, the power plants. Power plants release a lot of carbon gases, and with carbon tax, we believe that the power plants will choose clean power sources. For example, the solar energy, wind energy, or our hydrological energy instead of coal energy. So consumers also play a part in stimulating or encouraging them to shift to clean energy. And if the carbon tax, when the carbon tax is introduced, I believe that power plants will shift to cleaner sources and greener sources. And I have discussed with at least 2 electricity generating organizations, and it is a good sign when I heard they say that there will be no additional investments in fossil fuel generation of electricity, and they already have set for themselves an increasing proportion of power generated by green energy. So even though the energy sector releases a lot of carbon, but it is a good sign that they already have set a goal to reduce their carbon reduction, carbon emission reduction with concrete measures. Another industry that releases a lot of carbon is transportation, and the excise department has had structured taxes based on carbon emission, which since 10 years ago, which was quite early or an early initiative when it was not the issue was not a hot issue back then. That was 10 years ago, and that we have structured the automobile tax. But in the next round that we restructure the tax of vehicles, we will further implement similar measures and enhance the measures so that we will set the limit so that for the ICE or the hybrid vehicles. We have already discussed with the Department of Automobiles so that our scale for taxation will be more stricter in the future for more polluting vehicles. And another thing that will happen is the EV, electric vehicles, which is already in the government policy, and I believe that next year we will have a concrete measure announced by the government, and I believe that this is already in a commitment of the government to have more cleaner cars in the future. And when cars use clean energy, that will contribute to the carbon gas reduction. So, but the energy source has to be clean as well. Not only the car will become EV, but the electricity that is used must also come from clean sources. So there are many measures that we have prepared and will be introduced at appropriate time. The excise department has already prepared the plan for carbon taxes that can be implemented by the government at appropriate time by the policymakers. In the selection of these measures will have to be based on how realistically it will help reduce carbon gas emission. But and of course, from the industry's point of view, this will increase their costs and will have effects on their competitiveness, as well as for the consumers. This cost may be passed on to the consumers, so consumers who are in lower income brackets may have disproportionate impacts from these measures. And finally, if the government can have more revenues from the carbon taxes, how will this contribute to how this can be spent on making society a cleaner society, and how can this income be passed on to the industry, to consumers, and to the overall society to ensure green society and net zero society. It's not any particular person's problem or any particular country's problem, but this issue affects everyone every single person, and we need to make a survey ourselves to see if we are already committed to reduce our own carbon emission. Kun Chaiwat ended his speech very nicely when he said that we have the responsibility to pass on a greener society to the next generation. So whether you are company, individual or country, we have to take this issue seriously. Thank you.
มิตรด้วยนะครับ
So thank you again for the Director General of the Excise Department, and please stay on the stage.
อย่างที่ท่านได้เรียนนะครับ
As he already said, all sectors have important roles to ensure that our society is net zero as planned. At this moment, I would like to invite Kun Chaiwat Kowawisarat, President and CEO of Bangchak, on stage for the photo session. Next, Kun Kietchai Maitriwong, Executive Director of the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization. Next, Kun Panan Pachop Mo, Country Chairman and Chief Financial Officer of TELS Thailand, one of the signatory of the Carbon Markets Club.
CM Director of the Investment ขอเรียนเชิญนะครับท่านผู้อำนวยการสายการลงทุนบริษัท BTS Group Holding จำกัดมหาชนอีกหนึ่งในผู้ลงนาม
Mr. Daniel Ross, the Investment Director of BTS Holding.
Embassy here in Thailand Miss Alexandra Mackenzie ขอเสียงปรบมือเธอด้วยนะครับ And also I would like to invite the Senior Trade Advisor for Business France Thailand Madame Geraldine Mabille ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับและนอกจาก
And we have another discussion forum in the afternoon, which will be represented by the Dr. Thorn Thamlong Nawa Sawat, Assistant Professor at Kasetsat University, and also Kun Cherry Kim Apson Sirisukha, actress and green activist. And another person, Kun Kong Chanat, green influencer, Kun Kong วิชัยชาญการค้า and also another next generation representative Pirada Hiranyapluk from the Charter International School, and from Rung Reung Upatham, one of Bangchak Eco Schools, Kun Anantachat Di Sara. This photo session and the photos will reflect all the representatives of all sectors and generations that will help contribute to the cleaner and greener society and net zero society.
Holding our hand, shape the form zero as we all will heading towards that target.
We have also cameras in the back.
ขอขอบคุณทุกท่านด้วยนะครับที่วันนี้อยู่บนเว
Thank you very much for joining us in this photo session
รวมกันเป็นหนึ่งเดียวในการที่จะ
because unity is what is needed to ensure the exponential path to net zero as we see today as our topic.
ก่อนลา
We have many speakers waiting today to give you some great information, and we'll move on to a very important topic because a lot of people have many different types of information, knowledge on climate change, but what we're going to hear in this session is about things that we might not know yet when it comes to climate change. For 10 things you might not know about climate change. And our speaker for this session has pre-recorded a video for us, so I would like you to invite everyone to watch the video on 10 things you might not know about climate change by the UN Resident Coordinator.
not know about climate change. She is the United Nations Resident Coordinator here in Thailand, Miss Gita Sabrawal.
Dear Kun Chaivat, Kun Lavaron, Your Excellency Mr. Gooding, colleagues and friends, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. The UN Secretary General has called COP26 a compromise. In his words, reflecting the interests, the conditions, the contradictions, and the state of political will in the world today. Ahead of COP27 next year, we need much more ambitious commitments, including here in Thailand. In particular, I want to thank Bangchak as a leader in the energy sector that has already set the net zero target for 2030. More private sector players worldwide need to show this level of ambition and confront the climate challenge head on, addressing what must be done and where we are falling short. In the spirit of today's discussion, my job is to relate 10 things about climate change that you might not know. Let me frame these points as signposts, signaling how coalitions we built here in Thailand can reinforce climate action efforts and maximize our progress. First, COP26 and the Paris Agreement. Let's be clear. Without the Paris Agreement, we would be on a catastrophic trajectory with average warming as much as 4 degrees. The agreement has become a foundational document on par with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Sustainable Development Goals. Still, on our current path, we are on course for 2.4 degrees average warming, which is far too much. Point 2, to keep alive 1.5 degree goal. The most recent Global Carbon Budget Report concludes that the output of greenhouse gases has risen faster than expected, with half of the global carbon budget spent in just the past 6 years. We know the consequences and what can be achieved if we act now. The IPCC has made clear that even half a degree of difference can have massive consequences. For example, rice yields in Thailand could possibly be influenced, with Bangkok at risk due to rise in sea levels and sinking land. Point 3. Nationally determined contributions. The NDCs are the starting points, not the end destination that we need. The nearly 200 countries that attended COP26 have agreed to revisit and strengthen their 2030 emission reduction plans next year. Thailand joined those commitments with the Prime Minister telling COP26 that carbon neutrality is set for 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2065. As of 2021, all 10 ASEAN member states have also declared their NDCs. For point 4, let's look at what Thailand can do now to keep pace and position itself as a leader. We did see international agreement on ending deforestation, phasing down coal power, and limiting methane emissions, as well as the first mention to address inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. These are important steps forward that Thailand still has the opportunity to join. Climate action will increasingly be felt as a domestic priority, as a global poll by UNDP suggests that 60% of people in Thailand already consider it a global emergency, with the first four priorities to conserve forests and land, invest in the green economy and jobs, climate-friendly farming, and solar and other renewables. Point 5, green spending. The IMF concludes that green multipliers can actually be as much as 7 times more than conventional multipliers. In Thailand, we see a momentum following the Sustainable Financing Roundtable in September, where 43 banks and investors, with a total asset base of $1.3 US trillion, jointly committed to climate financing. In our recent discussions, banks report that lending based on ESG factors reduces risk and increases benefits of portfolios with higher rates of returns, improved productivity and efficiency, and reduced waste. Point 6 relates to the private sector with a focus on SMEs, where we stand and what more needs to be done. The Global Compact Network Thailand, representing more than 85 members, has already pledged to reach net zero by 2015. But we need to do more to support businesses of all sizes to set and achieve climate-related goals. SMEs need to be part of the solution, but are not always equipped to do so. We need to start with an analysis of the SME landscape, sectors that are winners and losers, and those that will be hardest hit by the emission limits. We also understand that each business needs to move at its own pace to deliver on sustainability principles as they learn and unlearn. Point 7. This leads to innovation, which needs to come from you, the people in attendance today who see the opportunity as well as challenges before us. Keeping pace with climate ambitions depend on further breakthroughs, especially in areas such as renewables, energy storage and batteries, which needs to be premised on international standards. We recognize that Thailand, as a wellspring of innovation and research, currently on display in the production of domestically produced vaccines and alcohol-free disinfectants. The economy also needs to keep current with emerging technologies seen in the push towards electric vehicles. My 8th point focuses on carbon markets and incentive-based structures. COP26 saw progress on the Paris Agreement rulebook, setting rules for a new global carbon market to replace clean development mechanism. Setting a price on carbon is an important regulatory instrument to incentivize the transition to net zero, innovation, and investments in sustainable technologies. The Bank of Thailand is working closely with other institutions to develop definitions on green financing and sustainability aligned with international standards. Linked with market-based agreements across ASEAN, this could enable Thailand to be a leader in the future low-carbon economy. Point 9, biodiversity. There are almost 470 threatened species in Thailand that could go extinct in our lifetimes. This ecological crisis is intrinsic to the climate crisis. Last month, the IUCN issued a landmark statement connecting climate change, land degradation, and pollution as drivers of biodiversity loss. Conversely, loss of biodiversity and habitat amplify climate change. The UN is currently building coalitions to identify champions for threatened species and their habitats, and we will be reaching out to you, the participants here today, as partners to take a central role as protectors of Thailand's ecosystems and biodiversity. To conclude, point 10 is about these essential partnerships. We need to build on the cooperation represented here today for coalitions that are as inclusive as possible, from policymakers in the private sector to civil society and the most vulnerable. Just as each of us will be impacted by climate change, everyone's voice and contribution must be valued for long-term and durable solutions. The UN is a steadfast partner in this effort, bringing unparalleled international expertise and global networks to support Thailand's path forward. These 10 points outline the agenda in Thailand in terms of what we can achieve rather than something that we need to fear. The future is ours to shape, but the time for action is now. I look forward to learning from the other speakers here today, hearing your ideas for a sustainable world, and strengthening our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Recorded statements upon 10 points we have never known before by the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Thailand, Ms. Gita Sabrawal และอย่างที่เราได้ฟังไปนะครับว่าปีอันเป็นหมุดหมายสำคัญนะครับของ Carbon Neutrality ก็คือปี 2050 คือปีที่เราสามารถที่จะบรรลุ
As we heard, our net zero goal for 2050 can be realized with our collaboration of all sectors. In the past few weeks, we have heard about COP26 held in Glasgow.
Convention Climate Change Conference of the Parties หรือว่า COP26 นั่นเองนะครับ
Conference of the Parties, or COP26, which have resulted in the goals that we will have to achieve in the future, and the conference was concluded on November
on this
13th.
particular topic relating to the COP26, which have just concluded on Saturday, the 13th of November, under the topic post COP26, 10 acts that the world needs to do more. And I would like to please join me in welcoming the Deputy Ambassador of British Embassy here in Thailand, Kun Alexander Mackenzie. Once more, can we join me in welcoming the speaker for this particular section, who is the Deputy Ambassador of the British Embassy here in Thailand, Ms. Alexandra Mackenzie ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งด้วยนะครับ
Thank you. Sawadika. Good morning, everybody. It's very nice to see you, and thank you so much to Bangchak for organizing this event and for inviting me here. Kun Chaiwat, President and CEO of Bangchak Corporation, Kun Lavaron, DG Excise Department, UN Resident Coordinator Gita Sabrawal, and Ms. Geraldine Mabin from the Senior Trade Advisor, Business France, Thailand. As you will all know, last week the UN Climate Conference, COP26, concluded last week in Glasgow. And we were immensely proud in the UK that despite COVID, it was a fantastic convening opportunity and was very well attended from nations all around the world, united in their ambition to tackle climate change. It brought together more than 25,000 people, over 120 world leaders, thousands of negotiators, and scores of civil society actors to work at how we can collectively address climate change. The parties at COP26 agreed on a historic pact that keeps the goal of 1.5 degrees alive if we continue to take ambitious action over the next decade. The Glasgow Climate Pact, reached on Saturday, commits countries to phasing down unabated coal-fired power, supporting a just transition for developing countries, and action to tackle loss and damage associated with climate change. It agrees for the first time a time frame and a methodology for national commitments on emissions reductions. The parties also completed negotiations on the Paris Rulebook, the guidelines for how the Paris Agreement should be delivered. Outside of these negotiations, there are also wider commitments. 65 countries committed to phasing out the use of coal power entirely. More than 130 leaders pledged to end deforestation by 2030. This represents over 90% of the world's forests and is backed by almost £14 billion of public and private funding. The outcomes from COP26 make clear what we need to do now. And what I'm going to present today here are 10 actions that are essential follow-up actions that the world needs to ensure that they commit to as well. I've split these into 3 themes: Firstly, mitigation, that is cutting our greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly, adaptation to the effects of climate change. And thirdly, and importantly, and why we're here today, collaboration. These 10 acts are not necessarily in order of importance. They are all important and they are all interconnected. So firstly, mitigation. We have to act urgently to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. National commitments to cut emissions in the medium term and reach net zero in the long term are critical to limiting the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But the commitments that we have made are not yet enough, and they must translate into change across economies and societies. To ensure our goal of 1.5 degrees stays alive, we need to reduce global emissions by 45 to 50% by 2030 and reach net zero emissions by 2050. We are not on track to achieve this, but we can change that if we act fast in 4 areas. So firstly, we have to consign coal power to history and rapidly increase our use of renewables. In July, the G7 agreed that no G7 nation would finance any more coal projects internationally. South Korea and China have made the same commitment. And we are well on the way to choking the financing for new coal power. But we still need countries to stop using coal power. At COP, 46 countries signed a statement committing to phasing out coal power, end investment in coal, and scaling up investment in renewables. Among the ASEAN members, Brunei, Singapore, and Vietnam signed the statement, while Indonesia signed up to the statement partially. The Philippines and Malaysia have also recently committed not to build any new coal power plants. And we very much hope that Thailand's new national energy plan will result in a similar announcement and commitment to phase out coal. This, alongside Thailand's impressive commitment to increasing the proportion of power from renewable energy to 50%, would send a really powerful message. With renewable energy now cheaper than power from fossil fuels in most of the world, it might also help to support the sustainable growth of Thailand's economy. Secondly, we need to accelerate the move to electric vehicles. Road transport accounts for 10% of all global emissions, and this figure is rising faster than in any other sector. A shift to zero-emission vehicles is already underway. And like renewable energy, this is starting to make economic sense. These vehicles are already cheaper to run than their fossil fuel counterparts, and within 6 years, they should be cheaper to buy too. Thailand is among the countries really seizing this opportunity, with ambitious goals for the adoption of electric vehicles in the period to 2035. But to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, we all need to make this transition faster. The third thing is to reduce methane emissions. Methane is largely generated by fossil fuel production and use, agriculture and waste. It produces 84 times more warming of the climate than carbon dioxide in the short term. However, methane has a much shorter lifespan in the atmosphere, so cutting methane emissions would address climate change even faster. At COP26, more than 100 countries agreed to cut their methane emissions by 30% by 2030. Scientists believe this could eliminate 0.2 degrees Celsius of warming by 2050. Increasing the size of this commitment, or the number of countries involved, including Thailand, could help prevent further warming. And finally, on mitigation, we must end deforestation. Agriculture, forestry, and other land use account for nearly a quarter of global greenhouse emissions. They also support global food security and millions of jobs. At the same time, ecosystems protect us. Healthy forests clean the air, and mangroves defend our coastlines against storm surges. There is no pathway to net zero without protecting and restoring nature. Countries, businesses, and communities can help by taking steps to halt and reverse deforestation and accelerate the transition to sustainable agriculture. The Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use at COP26 was a really important start. We hope that Thailand will join the majority of other countries in endorsing this declaration, particularly given Thailand's impressive action to date on forests. Businesses can and must play a key role in mitigation by signing up to the Race to Zero, committing their businesses to be net zero by 2050. but also by mirroring these 4 actions on mitigation, using more or wholly renewable energy, transitioning to a sustainable clean fleet of vehicles, reducing methane, and using natural resources more sustainably. The second theme I'd like to discuss is adaptation. Even if we reach the net zero emissions tomorrow, our climate would continue to change. So it is vital that governments plan to protect their people and nature from its effects, and that we increase the support for adaptation globally. Ending deforestation and protecting nature is as critical to adaptation as to mitigation. Healthy natural habitats help to build natural storm and flood defenses, whilst flourishing ecosystems contribute to sustainable farming and support billions of lives and livelihoods worldwide. For example, restoring and protecting mangrove forests help trap carbon, while also improving marine life and protecting communities from storm surges. And that brings me to our 5th action. We need broader risk assessment, planning, and finance to understand the risks of extreme weather events caused by climate change and to plan for them. At the top level, this is about saving lives, improved early warning systems, flood management, and defenses, and larger reservoirs for droughts. With the severity and frequency of flooding forecast to increase across the world over the next decade, and as we heard from Ms. Geeta, Thailand, including Bangkok, are already at regular risk. So it's very clear that this is a very important issue. But there is also a huge element of financial risk, and understanding those risks to business and the wider economy will be critical. As will my 6th action point, supporting those who are most vulnerable to climate change. Sadly, those that are most impacted by climate change have generally done the least to cause it. We need action to build resilience among these people now, before more lose their lives and livelihoods. Of course, we see these risks and this adaptation challenge as affecting the lives and livelihoods of people, but there is also a fundamental risk to business. And businesses can manage these risks by carrying out a full climate risk assessment and incorporating climate disclosures and climate risk management into their governance. Flooding, drought, and other extreme weather events are becoming more common, like the devastating floods of 2011, estimated to have cost 1.4 trillion baht. We cannot do this alone, as individuals, countries, or businesses. And that is why the 3rd theme is global collaboration. A key component of this is financing. As part of the Paris Agreement, developed countries pledged to contribute $100 billion of climate finance per year by 2020. Disappointingly, this goal has not been met, with $80 billion of financing in 2018, for example. However, the COP26 $100 billion delivery plan shows that the goal will be met by 2023, and funding will continue to rise thereafter. But on top of the billions of public money, we must also channel trillions of dollars of private finance to meet the target of global net zero and a climate-resilient economy. This means aligning investment, public and private, with the Paris goals. On Finance Day at COP26, we showcase new and existing initiatives that will mobilize more private finance. We have also been working to reset financial systems, including through the Glasgow Finance Initiative for Net Zero, a consortium of banks and asset managers committed to reaching net zero by 2050. The initiative now includes over 300 members representing $130 trillion, and that's about 40% of the world's private assets. This shows that investing in climate action is not only good for the planet, but good for business. My 8th action is about gender-responsive climate action. Climate change is not gender neutral. Women and girls are disproportionately affected, and so our response should not be gender neutral either. We need to strengthen leadership, participation, and decision-making on climate by women and girls. We need to develop and implement gender-responsive domestic climate policies. And also we need to drive inclusive, locally led adaptation action, supported by accessible, gender-responsive adaptation finance. And similarly, we need more action to engage young people. Young people are a powerful catalyst for change. They are vocal about the need for urgent climate action and are also facing the impacts of climate change. They have solutions. They care, and they are acting on them. At the British Embassy's Climate Hackathon last year, we heard from young entrepreneurs working on a range of solutions, from sustainable agriculture to low-carbon pet food. The UK urges all countries to encourage youth participation, seeking their recommendations and working with young people to address the climate emergency. Finally, the world needs more individual action. We know the power of collective action, but each individual action plays into that collective. We can all make a difference to the environment, as we've seen already from my colleagues. We need to say no to single-use plastic, eat sustainably, take public transport. Every individual action every day can make a difference. And we need to work to raise awareness of the issues as well. And of course, citizens can vote for governments that make tackling climate change a priority. And here again, in collaboration, the role of business is powerful. In shifting to make sustainable financial reporting and funding routine, in leading for other businesses by example, and in demanding of government clear and forward-thinking regulation on sustainability. So in conclusion, I hope I have showed 10 clear actions where the world could do more and needs to do more. It needs to mitigate greenhouse gases by ending coal-fired power, move faster to clean transport, reduce methane, and end deforestation. We need to adapt to protect nature, assessing, planning, and preparing for the risks to extreme weather and protecting the most vulnerable. And we need to collaborate by financing climate action and including women, youth, and other marginalized communities in those decisions, and by taking individual action. The latest science shows that 1.5 degrees is still achievable. And COP26 has shown again that we can come together to address climate change. So let's work together for the benefit of our families, communities, nations, and planet. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, the Deputy Ambassador of the British Embassy here in Thailand, Ms. Alexandra Mackenzie, for having shared with us a very clear, comprehensive, and very powerful speech that will inspire all of us to work and collaborate very closely together to achieve that target that we have set together. ท่านได้พูดนะครับถึง 10 ประการ
And Ms. Mackenzie mentioned the 10 things that we need to do after the COP26, and it's something that we are all part of, whether it's mitigating the effects of greenhouse gas emissions, to stop deforestation, or to get the new generation or young people involved, because they will be the catalyst for the future, but as well the roles of entrepreneurs. We have leaders, we have investors and entrepreneurs who are all pooling money for trying to change the world, with over 1.3 trillion US dollars available. And since we've mentioned the private sector, I would like to move on to our next speaker, who will be talking about what the business sector can do in terms of transitioning to net zero.
Bring everyone further for the next speaker, who will be delivering the statements upon the topic, the energy transition and net zero journey, 10 steps by business sector. And I would like to invite upon the stage the Senior Trade Advisor, Business France Thailand, Madame Geraldine Mabille. ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับท่านด้วยนะครับ
Swadika. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Bangchak Corporation, for the invitation today to this 11th Forum on Environmental Topic. I am Geraldine Mabille, Senior Trade Advisor for Business France Thailand. Something weird. So apology already in advance for my very strong French accent. So Business France is a French public agency. We are located at the French Embassy, and we are in charge of fostering trade relationship between France and foreign countries. Myself, I oversee the industrial department of Thailand, and at the ASEAN level, I am following the energy transition topic. Okay. So this is the last responsibility that is the reason why I'm here today, to share with you some recommendations towards companies and employees of this company that are willing to engage on the path to net zero journey. So before a company fully engages on this path, it often starts with one or two key players within the company that are very sensitive to some major topic. So they might be sensitive to one of these triggers that I've listed here. Before advocating within the company for energy transition or reaching net zero carbon, I would recommend those key players to go through what I would call step one, assess the trigger. Understand why, you need to know why you want to initiate changes within your company. So here's a list of examples of triggers. Obviously, there are much more, but it can give you an idea of how many various triggers we can find on the situation. Financial aspects, legal aspects, reputational aspects. On the financial aspects, there will be obviously business opportunity. As Bangchak Corporation may know, solar panels are an interesting business opportunity to not miss out. Then there is also risk, financial risks that you might take into consideration. The risk of losing some major markets. Nowadays, major markets such as Europe are reinforcing their regulation to avoid any unfair competition with their industry. They might implement in a close future what could be called a carbon tax for companies willing to enter the market. So some Thai company in the close future may need to pay what would be a carbon tax to enter Europe, or they would have to prove that they are implementing on their own stringent standard equivalent to the one implemented in Europe. And also on the financial aspect you still have access to green financing, which is a key for for companies. On the legal aspects, you would have to ensure that you can keep up with the regulation change. And in Thailand, you never know what's going to happen and how quick it can happen. I here think about the plastic bag regulation that kind of took everybody a bit by surprise. So it's better to be prepared than to end up on the last minute rush. And then the reputational aspects, obviously, company might consider engaging on the net zero journey path to respond to civil society pressure, but also for companies that have, and here I'm thinking of family-owned companies that really are concerned about the legacy of their institution and what they're going to pass over to the next generation. And then you also find an interesting point that is raising more and more as topic in Europe. It's a HR point of view. For a company, in French, the high graduates at the moment are much more focusing on joining companies that are having a real role on the fight towards climate change, and they completely disregard the companies that do not take these changes. So to keep up with the best talent on your team, you might also consider having a net zero journey. So back to our key players. They are trying to initiate change on their company. Once they have listed all the reasons advocating for a change, I would strongly recommend them also to address the challenges, what might come on the way to advocate for climate, for net zero journey path. So this is, as the challenge, step 2. So same as step 1, you will have financial aspects, legal aspects, and technical aspects, and finally, reputational aspects. So for the technical aspect, you might find companies that kind of are scared about the huge change that is required and consider that they do not have enough technical expertise in-house. So this is something that can always be fixed with other companies that can come and help you to address the topic. I'll go now on the next step. Once your key players, they have identified and balanced the pros and the cons, they know why they want to initiate change within the company. Now it's time for them to share this thinking with the other stakeholder of the company's ecosystem. So step 3, convince. The key player will need to approach their colleagues, and especially the ones that might raise the challenge listed before. And they need to share with them their conclusion. In initiating the change in a company, it will require support of the entire company. It will impact every level of the company activities. And so here my recommendation is mainly focused on communication, education. And today's event with Bangchak, I can see we are clearly on the step 3, which is education and communication. So end of step 3, the thinking has been addressed. Everybody's on board. Everybody is ready to start the transition. What comes next is step 4, assess the current situation. Before reaching net zero emission, a company will start by monitoring its emission reduction. And to monitor this reduction, it required to define a baseline. So here you will find the scope of study recommended on the greenhouse gas protocol, scope 1, 2, 3. So scope 1 is direct emission. We are talking about the emission linked to using on-site fuel consumption or emission related to the industrial processes of the company. Example, for a cement company, the CO2 emission emitted during the industrial process will be accounted as scope 1. Scope 2, it concerns the indirect emission owned. So this is very specific to all the greenhouse gas emission released into the atmosphere from consumption of purchased electricity, steam, heat, and cooling. So it's heavily linked to the energy mix of the country where the company is operating. And here I can't help to mention France, where nuclear is a huge part of the energy mix. And so this scope 2 emission is maybe less heavy on the shoulder of those companies operating in France. Scope 3 concern indirect emission not owned. These are very specific. It includes both upstream and downstream emission. And in other words, it concerns emissions that are linked to the company operations, such as business travel, emission, employee commuting, waste management, and also end-of-life products. Here, I would cite an example. You may all know Puka, these companies that sell tea bag, herbal tea bag. Well, on the scope 3 analysis, they realized that 40% of the emission was actually due to the consumer of their products. They need to boil water to enjoy the product. So, to give you an idea how wide those scopes are and how wide you have to reach to understand your impact at every level. So once this baseline has been drawn, now it's time to access step 5, decide and commit. So this decide and commit is, you know where you want to go, you know that you want to start, you know exactly where you are at the beginning. So let's move forward and decide what's the goal, what's the direction we want to take. And on that, you might have companies that will follow a line with national target. And here, I can see Bangchak is aligning with the Thai target, which is reaching net zero by 2050. It also might align with industry sector engagement. So recently, we see more and more statements from mining industry coming together and engaging together to specific goals. I'm thinking of mining industry, but it can be also the cement industry, shipping industry. We see more and more statements similar to that. So a company, they do not have to be on their own. That's where the step 3 convince is actually come also into action. It's not only convince your staff and your company, but also convince your ecosystem. Okay, so, and the last point would be the science-based target initiative. So this organization can support a company in establishing paths to reach net zero by mid-century. So, but something very important here, keep in mind that science-based targets do not allow carbon offsetting to achieve targets. So now here we are, the company has decided its goal, where it want to go, what's the direction. So next step would be step 6, define a strategy. It heavily depends on the company's scope of activity and size. So I won't go into detail, but basically we are here on a basic project management step, where the classic following questions have to be addressed. Who does what, when, where, and how, with which resources, with which money, with which HR. And then once the strategy is elaborated, we can reach step 7, proceed. So here are the steps. You can start to climb them based on your strategy. And finally, you can decide to maybe walk or maybe to run, depending on your timeline. Again, I can't be very practical here. The company only has to implement the strategy defined previously. But all along this step 7, the company will need to look out for step 8, which is monitor. So it's crucial for many reasons to ensure that the company actually took the right path, to adapt the strategy in case of unexpected blocking points that may have risen, and to be able also to communicate toward your stakeholder on the progress that you've made and the progress that you're making. It's really the same spirit of a family trek, where you need to remind everyone about the part already done and focus on the final destination. So if everything goes well, the company should be able to reach step 9, celebration. So I don't think I need here to elaborate too much, especially in the end of COVID era, where we would not miss the opportunity to gather and celebrate the good news. However, once the party has been done and the celebration has been celebrated, do not miss, companies, that's my recommendation, do not miss to reach the step 10, which is, however, repeat and set new goal. Be ambitious. Climate change is already here, and we will need to be resilient, to mitigate, and to adapt, to ensure a bright future, not only for the next generation, but for us. Be ambitious. So I'm afraid we are not heading toward a nice walk in the park, more probably toward a very long marathon. So here are my final steps. So to conclude this short presentation, I just would like to remind you that as the Senior Trade Advisor for Business France Thailand, I will be very happy to introduce you to French companies that might help you along those steps, either all along the step or either on specific point. So with consulting company or renewable energy company or energy efficiency company or waste management and so on and so on. We do have a lot of industry here focusing on this topic, and we'll be happy to be partnering with Thai company. So I will be very happy to take a small part on your path to net zero journey. Thank you very much for your attention. Kapunka.
Je vous remercie beaucoup, Madame Géraldine Mabille, pour la présentation très compréhensive et informative. Thank you very much for that. อย่างที่คุณเจอรัลดีนได้บอกไปนะครับว่า
Madam Geraldine said there are several steps along the way, but the most important is the collaboration and technological collaboration, financing. So in order to advance towards the goal, especially education plays very important role for us to know how we can contribute to the goal. And in order to achieve net zero in an exponential path, there are many technological advances that we can implement, and today we'll be updated with the global situations as well as the technologies to net zero. We have international experts who will join us through Zoom on the next session.
Invite everyone to join the next session under the theme The Path of Net Zero, Opportunities and Challenges for Southeast Asia. And the speaker who have already joined us here online together is the head of Asia Pacific, Bloomberg NEF in Hong Kong, Mr. Justin Wu. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. It's really great that Bangchak is holding this event, a very timely moment. And really, it's my pleasure to come to you this morning to share a few thoughts about the path to net zero and also opportunities and challenges for Southeast Asia. Actually, I remember my last business trip was almost 2 years ago. It was in January 2020. And it was actually to Bangkok in January 2020. So it's really been a really long time. And at that moment, I think it was very difficult for all of us to imagine that the COVID-19 pandemic would actually last this long and have this much of an impact for all of us around the world, that we have to do this virtually. Next slide, please. But what's really interesting is that if you remember from in January 2020, next slide, please. If you remember from January 2020, when I was actually in Bangkok, what was interesting was that only 1/3 of global emissions at that moment was covered by a net zero goal. And most of these targets were actually from countries or companies based in Europe, or actually small countries around the world. Who could have imagined actually that net zero, in the span of less than 2 years would become a global priority. So even though COVID-19 dominated the news, I think a more positive story in the last year and a half or so was this turning point in net zero emissions. And you can see that actually by the eve of COP26 at the end of October, the amount of net zero emissions targets that covering the world's emissions had reached almost 80%. And then following COP26, this number has almost reached 90%, which is where we are today. So indeed, this has been a really tremendous change. Next slide, please. Southeast Asia has actually also, come a long way. It's very difficult to imagine next slide, please. Very difficult to imagine actually that these kind of headlines are the headlines that we would see, not that long ago. So for instance, we saw that Thailand, joined by Vietnam, as well as India, have set net zero goals for whether it's 2050, or in the case of India, indicating 2070. And also on another area, which was talked about quite a bit in COP, was the use of coal. In a country like Vietnam, which had, not long ago planned a very large pipeline of coal-fired power projects, is also saying now that it wants to phase these out within a period of time. So a very tremendous change. The next slide, please. But I think we have to remember that, first of all, when we talk about net zero, most people tend to think that this is about achieving 1.5 degrees of, no more than 1.5 degrees of global warming. So this is what the UN and the global scientists have told us, that actually in order to prevent more than 1.5 degrees of warming, we must reach net zero by the middle of this century. But there's 2 points here to see. One is that actually achieving net zero is a very, very difficult task. And also secondly, preventing 1.5 degrees of warming also is very, very challenging. On this map, there's different emissions profiles. So you can see all the different colored lines here. They all reach net zero by the year 2050. But you can see here that there's a range of temperature outcomes that could occur between 1.5 to 2 degrees. And the difference here is really how quickly we decide to move to reduce emissions. So actually, if we want to reach a 1.5 degree, no more than 1.5 degree climate goal, we have to reduce emissions pretty dramatically, starting actually from today, and reduce it very dramatically, as you can see, by the year 2030. So within this first decade is very, very important. If we decide, however, to wait for another 20 years and really start reducing emissions, let's say in 2040, you can see here that actually we will reach probably a 2 degree temperature goal. And, there's an argument over orderly transition, what's more disruptive or what's less disruptive. But you can see here that actually we can perhaps be a bit more disruptive now to prevent being more disruptive later. So there's definitely something to keep in mind. So in some ways, Bangchak setting a 2030 goal, a near-term goal, is a very important indicator, and something that I think a lot of companies need to think about, near-term goals, which actually will help us reach our climate objectives. Next slide, please. One thing to remember is that actually in order to hit net zero, every sector of the economy needs to decarbonize. But what generates the most emissions? What are the parts of the economy that generate the most emissions? Here you can see a chart which indicates the different sectors of the economy contributing to emissions. The largest portion is blue on the top, which is from the power sector. The second largest portion is this dark blue in the middle, which is from road transport. Coincidentally, or perhaps fortunately, these are also the two areas or two technologies where we actually have solutions, whether it's to use renewable energy to decarbonize the power sector, or to use more electric vehicles or fuel cell vehicles to decarbonize road transport. Essentially, what we have to do is think about which of these sectors can decarbonize first and decarbonize fastest. where do we have the technologies today to push things down? And actually road transport and renewable energy and for the power sector are the two main ones. They're probably the ones that will have to go first within the first 10 years. And then later on, the other colors below coming from buildings and industry are probably the harder to decarbonize sectors, which require newer technologies or second generation decarbonization technologies like hydrogen or carbon capture and storage, which I understand that some of my fellow speakers will describe in more detail later on. So the question is actually, where are we in terms of deploying technologies such as renewable energy or hydrogen or electric vehicles today? Let's take a look at the energy transition so far. Next slide, please. The good news is that renewable energy has actually scaled quite a bit. It started from almost just $30 billion in investment back in 2004 to over 300 billion in 2020. And you can see that renewable energy, specifically here, this is wind and solar. It excludes large hydropower, but it started from generating only 1.8% of the world's electricity about 16 years ago to 11.7% today. So that's a pretty good and pretty fast increase. And this is, you can see that how quickly this technology has moved. But of course, if we want to reach net zero, renewable energy needs to be a much, much larger portion of electricity generation. So we still have a very, very long way to go for deployment of more renewables. Next slide, please. A similar story is also for road transport. Next slide, please. Electric vehicles have also scaled, but they also have a very long way to go. And this has even happened even sooner. Less than 10 years ago, we really sold a very, very small amount of electric vehicles every year. By this year, the annual market is about 4.4 million new cars are passenger cars are electric vehicles. That only accounts for 4.5% of all passenger vehicle sales globally. So again, it's a very fast scaling in just the last 3 or 4 years. But if we want to reach net zero, we want to decarbonize road transport, this number also has a very, very long way to go indeed. Next slide, please. Similarly with hydrogen, I don't have a chart to show how much hydrogen has deployed because really there hasn't been a lot that's been deployed outside of some demonstration projects. So perhaps a more useful way to think about it is the cost of hydrogen. Now, there are different ways of obviously manufacturing, producing hydrogen, whether it's using hydrogen from producing it from renewable energy, in the case green hydrogen, which is what we're showing on this chart. The range of cost of manufacturing green hydrogen has a very large range today, anywhere from $2 per kilogram to up to $10 per kilogram. You can see that's much more expensive than the hydrogen that is produced from something like natural gas without carbon capture today, which is only about $1 per kilogram. So that's a very big cost differential. But there are, over 2 ways perhaps that this cost can really come down over the next 20 or 30 years, assuming we invest significantly. One is that the cost of equipment such as electrolyzers, which are used to generate hydrogen, if there's more investment in deployment at scale of that, and if we utilize technologies manufactured, whether in China or across different parts of the world, we can bring that cost down. And secondly, of course, as renewable energy scales, the cost of generating electricity from renewables will also fall. In turn, that could be, that lower cost, cheap electricity can be used to manufacture hydrogen. So there is a path forward, and we've modeled this out to 2050, where green hydrogen from renewable energy can be as cost competitive as hydrogen from fossil fuels. But again, it's a long path and requires quite a bit of investment and deployment. Next slide, please. And for carbon capture, which I think one of my fellow speakers will describe in more detail later, is even tinier at the moment. It is probably a technology that will need to be deployed, but currently only half of the operational carbon capture capacity is located in the US, and in total they account for only 0.1% of global emissions. So clearly a very long way to go here. Next slide, please. For the final part of my presentation, I just want to share 3 thoughts on Southeast Asia. So, having described the global picture of where decarbonization is and the need to scale these technologies, where are we exactly in ASEAN or in Southeast Asia? Well, actually, the answer is probably pretty clear. To achieve net zero, a country like Thailand or its neighbors like Vietnam or Indonesia and Malaysia, et cetera, would have to decarbonize not only its power sector, but transport and industry as well. First of all, you can see here that Thailand actually has probably the least coal, aside from Singapore, the least amount of coal power generation of all the ASEAN countries, but a large portion of gas generation. So it probably has a little bit of an easier time and is less sort of emissions intensive compared to Indonesia or Vietnam. But on the right-hand side, if you look at where emissions come from different countries, what's very interesting here is in Thailand, the amount of emissions from transport and power or electricity and heat is nearly equal compared to other countries, which actually have a larger portion of electricity. So clearly, there's a lot of choices that need to be made, and decarbonization needs to happen across different sectors. Next slide, please. In terms of where ASEAN is, it actually is starting to follow the rest of the world. So more and more renewable energy is being deployed in ASEAN. Last year, in fact, in countries like Vietnam and Malaysia, solar was the most popular technology, new power generation technology being deployed. But you can also see in this chart here that countries like Philippines or Indonesia actually still deployed a significant amount of coal. But overall, almost half of the world's new power generation deployed in 2020 came from solar. So the move towards renewable energy is accelerating, obviously, next year, even from last year. Next slide, please. But for ASEAN countries, they obviously have to address still coal. We talked about a little bit, was mentioned earlier about the statement on fossil fuels that came out of COP26, but a good portion of coal-fired power still resides within countries in Southeast Asia, specifically Indonesia and Vietnam. So there's a big question hanging over them about what would happen to these future coal-fired power projects. Next slide, please. Similarly, I mentioned transport. Right now, actually, electric vehicles account for a negligible amount of new vehicle sales across Southeast Asia, including in Thailand, even though there's a very high level of interest here. There is potential for this to grow, probably up to half, in the next 10, 20 years, up to half of the passenger vehicles sold across Southeast Asia could potentially come from electric vehicles, especially four-wheel vehicles, as well as two-wheel and three-wheel road vehicles. So there's a lot of potential for this to increase. Although, of course, there is still probably more that needs to be done, and the speed of this needs to be a lot quicker as well. Finally, I want to talk about just two opportunities to think about. Next slide, please. For ASEAN countries, really, many have capitalized, and next slide, please. Many have thought about a growing opportunity in electric vehicles and also battery supply chains. We saw news that either countries like Indonesia and Philippines looking at battery metals as an opportunity for investment, and Thailand approving measures to manufacture electric vehicles. So there's a significant opportunity here actually for countries in Southeast Asia as well as Thailand to become hubs for battery metals, battery manufacturing, as well as electric vehicle manufacturing. The second opportunity, next slide, please, is in supply chains. A lot of companies have set net zero targets, or actually targets to utilize 100% renewable energy for their operations and for their supply chains. Southeast Asia being countries in Southeast Asia being major manufacturing hubs, hosting the supply chains of many of these companies, also have an opportunity and should look at decarbonizing their power systems. Therefore, they are able to supply clean electricity to these companies to help them meet their targets and goals. So when we actually think about net zero, it's really a great news and a good thing that actually targets are being set, ambitions are being met, and we're having events here like this today, organized by Bangchak, to talk about this topic. For many people, they see this as a very, if you see some of the news out of COP26, there's a lot of pessimism about whether the world can actually achieve this. But on the other hand, I think we can also think of this as an opportunity, and the businesses that actually can embrace this opportunity early on and see this, see how they can shift their business models to thrive in a low carbon world or in a climate compliant world are the ones that will be successful in the future. So I hope we can sort of highlight this, and I hope a company like Bangchak can also embrace this opportunity and provide a leadership role in this area. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Justin, for having shared with us and reduced the level of pessimism from the opportunity that you point out. Thank you very much for having joined us live this morning. และนั่นก็เป็นคุณจัสตินวูนะครับซึ่งท่านก็เป็น Head of Asia
Thank you
Pacific ของ
again to
Bloomberg
Mr. Justin Wu, the head of Asia Pacific from Bloomberg, who is stationed in Hong Kong. And as he mentioned at the end, a lot of people are quite pessimistic, but if we look at the opportunities, especially in the energy production and transportation sectors, there are a lot of positives that we can look at, like EVs, look at ICE vehicles, or look at the supply chain, how we can decarbonize our energy sources to be cleaner.
Have another expert who is joining us here live, also from different corner of the world, which is Canada. And I would like to bring all of you further to the next speaker นะครับท่านต่อไปครับท่านจอยพวกเรามาผ่านออนไลน์นะครับจากอีก
So from Canada, we have our speaker who will be talking to us about carbon capture and storage technologies.
For this section, Carbon Capture and Storage Technology is the co-founder and VP Strategic Accounts and Government Affairs Svante Inc. from Canada, Mr. Brent Henkel. Hello, Mr. Henkel.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation to speak here today. Svante is developing CO2 capture technology using solid adsorbents for the hard-to-abate industries. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about corporate Svante. We have been incorporated since 2007, so we've been developing CO2 capture technology for quite some time. We are at about 150 employees right now, and we're growing. We're based in Vancouver, Canada. And we have a very diverse set of equity investors, including some of the biggest energy companies in the world, many oil companies like Chevron and Suncor Energy, and Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which is the conglomerate of 13 of the largest oil companies. Our last round of financing was a Series D financing of $100 million in 2021. Very excited to see that mainstream funding is coming into this sector. It was led by Temasek, the Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund, and joined by other strategic investors as well. Next slide, please. We're also happy to announce that we were granted an award by the federal government of Canada to help us to develop manufacturing plant. And we are moving into a worldwide headquarters, a very large headquarters in Vancouver, Canada, to set up manufacturing of our core technology. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of our corporate headquarters. When COVID subsides, I invite anyone that wants to come and visit beautiful Vancouver to come and visit us and visit our manufacturing plant and our corporate headquarters. Next slide, please. Just to point out our board of directors, we do have a very, very accomplished board of directors, and one in particular is quite a famous person that opens doors for us around the world, is ex-US Secretary of Energy Stephen Chu, and a Nobel laureate prize winner in physics as well. Next slide, please. I won't go into our management team at all in terms of in time here, so next slide, please. A little bit about the, and Justin touched on this in much more detail than I'm going to, but I just want to point out the existing CO2 emissions in the world on the left-hand side here, about 35 to 40 gigatons. This is from the International Energy Association is saying 33 gigatons right now, so a very, very large number. And it is composed of what I simplify as three major sections as power, transportation, and industry. There's a bit more than that, like agriculture, but those are the three big sections. And we are targeting the industrial CO2 emissions. So on the right-hand side is the International Energy Agency's guess on 2030 to 2050 on what CO2 capture, carbon capture and utilization storage can address in terms of the overall emissions, and it's 7.6 gigatons per year. So a very large number, and it composed of capturing CO2 from hydrogen production and a very large component from the industrial emissions, such as cement and lime manufacturing. Next slide, please. Just to really detail what market we're going after, on the right-hand side here, I have depicted the CO2 uses. On the very top is CO2 storage. That's CO2 sequestration, where CO2 is put into the ground. In saline aquifers. That's where we see the majority of the CO2 capture and storage plays happening, is with CO2 storage. Certainly CO2 utilization is coming. It's being worked on. We're partnering with companies that are doing CO2 utilization, curing concrete with CO2, combining CO2 with hydrogen to create liquid fuels. And there's many different uses of CO2. We see that being a smaller component of the utilization of CO2 compared to storage, but certainly a part of it. Svante is not developing technologies for CO2 utilization. We are concentrating on the capture of the CO2, the separation and purification of the CO2 out of the smokestack, which is the very difficult thing, a challenge, technical challenge that the world has been, working on for decades. On the left-hand side of this chart is the CO2 sources. We have decided to focus on certain CO2 sources that we believe are natural homes for CO2 capture. So cement and lime, because of the CO2, 60% of it comes from the limestone itself. It's very, very difficult to get to net zero with cement manufacturing. CO2 capture is a natural solution for the cement and lime industry. Also, our modern cities, bridges, many things are dependent on cement. We believe that cement factories will still be in operation in 2050 and beyond. Also, hydrogen is a big target for us. We believe that the hydrogen economy is certainly coming. We're big supporters of the hydrogen economy and fuel cells and fuel substitution with hydrogen. But getting all your hydrogen from electrolysis, green hydrogen, is very expensive. It can happen some places in the world where there's an abundant amount of clean, renewable energy, but not all places in the world have that. So we think there's a big market for capturing CO2 from hydrogen production from natural gas. So that's a big target of ours, and we have projects in that. We're also looking at biomass projects, so BECCS, and that is because the potential for negative emissions. We're also working with the oil and gas companies on just the combustion of natural gas. It's so common that we want to be able to provide a tool, a solution for capturing CO2 from the combustion of natural gas. Next slide, please. Our technology is based on solid adsorption. An adsorbent is a material that grabs onto CO2 but lets nitrogen pass through. So flue gas is composed of mostly nitrogen with just some CO2 in it. We need to purify this CO2 and make it pure so that it can either be stored or be utilized. We put these new materials, these new adsorbents, into a form factor that looks like a filter. The flue gas goes through this filter. The active material grabs onto the CO2 and lets the nitrogen pass, and the nitrogen can go up the stack into the atmosphere with no issues. We then put low pressure steam into the filter structure. It releases the CO2 in a pure form. This is a very compact process, intensified process with many benefit features of higher productivity and very low pressure drop so that we don't have to compress the flue gas and it saves money. Next slide, please. This batch process, using the structured filter adsorbent, we put this structure into an embodiment called a rotating heat exchanger, or a Lungstrom wheel, or an air preheater. These are very common. They've been around for a long time. And we put our structures inside this wheel that grabs onto the CO2 and turns a batch process into a very continuous process. So the flue gas continuously goes into this wheel. The wheel is turning at about 1 cycle per minute. And it goes through the flue gas where the material grabs onto the CO2. It then goes through the steam step where the steam regenerates the CO2, and a pure stream of CO2 continuously comes out of the machine. Next slide, please. We have a pilot plant operating with a 4-meter diameter machine right now. It does 10,000 tons per year. So obviously we have to scale up. A typical emitter, like a cement plant, will produce 1 million tons per year of CO2. So we're right now designing a much, much larger wheel at 15 meters in diameter that we'll be able to do 1,500 tons per day. And if we use 2 of them, we'll be able to do 1 million tons per year. Okay, so we're targeting to be able to roll out these new machines in the next few years that we'll be able to do 1 million tons per year and higher of CO2 capture. Next slide, please. So conventional CO2 capture is based on what's called liquid amines. It's been around for quite some time. It was originally developed to capture CO2 out of natural gas, but it has been a change to capture CO2 out of flue gas. So this employs very, very tall stainless steel towers where a liquid chemical called amines flows through the tower, and the flue gas is put up through the tower, and the liquid amine grabs onto the CO2. The liquid then has to be heated for the CO2 to come off. The biggest demonstration capture plants in the world are based on this technology. As you can see, our technology is very different. It does not employ any liquid chemicals, and clients really like that. It's based on a solid material. So there's no chance of toxic spills or any toxic emissions that there is with the conventional technology. It is also much shorter. Our structured material is only 1 meter long, so it's a fairly short wheel, and there's only one. We don't have to have 2 towers. So we have an inherent capital cost advantage with our technology. Next slide, please. Just a few slides on our pilot plants. We have a 30 ton per day or 10,000 ton per day operating at Cenovus Energy in Saskatchewan. Cenovus Energy is one of the major oil sands companies in Canada with a lot of CO2 emissions. This plant has been running since the end of 2019 with excellent results, stable performance. And Cenovus is now working with us on 2 scaled up projects that will be able to capture about 600 tons per day to 1,000 tons per day right now. Or we're working on the engineering for those next scaled up projects. Next slide, please. We have a 1 ton per day plant operating with Wholesome in Richmond, British Columbia. This plant is also funded and in collaboration with Total Energies, BP, Chevron, Petrobras, and various government agencies. We're also going to demonstrate utilization of CO2 at this plant. And we want to show the entire value chain from capturing CO2 and actually utilizing CO2. And the reason for that, in Richmond, British Columbia, we cannot do sequestration in the lower mainland in Vancouver. So therefore, utilization has to happen. So we're finding pathways to utilize the CO2 from this cement plant. We're also using this pilot plant to prove the ability to deal with cement flue gas contaminants. Cement flue gas has particulates, it has sulfur dioxide, it has NOx, it has high levels of oxygen, a lot of contaminants that can impact the CO2 capture active materials. So we're proving that we can deal long-term with those contaminants in flue gas. Next slide, please. We're currently in the final construction phase of a 25 ton per day or close to 10,000 ton per day plant for Chevron. This will be deployed in the new year in California at the Kern River oil field. And this new demonstration plant employs our latest metal organic framework adsorbent. These are new types of adsorbent, and we are the first company in the world to mass produce this new metal organic framework adsorbent. We have mass produced about 3 tons of it so far with partnered with a large European chemical manufacturer. So the first company in the world to develop very inexpensive ways of mass producing metal organic framework active adsorbents. Next slide, please. Our flagship commercial project is with Holcim. It is targeting a cement plant in southern Colorado. It's a very large cement plant. Well, for the United States, it is. It's 2 million tons of cement per year, so about 5,000 tons per day of CO2. And we are in the engineering phase of this project. It's being helped to be funded by the U.S. Department of Energy and also Total Energies. And we're in partnership with Kiewit as the engineering firm on this project, which is the second largest EPC firm in the US. And also Occidental Petroleum, who owns the pipeline, existing pipeline that you can see in blue here. And that's where the CO2 is going to be connected to that pipeline and sent down into the Permian Basin for sequestration. Next slide, please. We also have an engineering project for a very large CO2 capture plant connected to a steam methane reformer hydrogen production plant owned by Linde. Linde is the largest gas merchant in the world and influences over 50% of steam methane reformers hydrogen production plants globally. So we're really excited about this project with Linde. It is targeting a steam methane reformer plant in Port Arthur, Texas, and the CO2 capacity is about 3,300 tons per day. So quite a large plant on that. Next slide, please. Just a little bit more on steam methane reforming. There's many ways of capturing CO2 from steam methane reforming. You can capture it from the syngas or a CO2 hydrogen separation, which many demonstration projects have done that. But we are targeting capturing from the reformer flue gas. And the reason that's important is that all of the CO2 from the hydrogen production unit is in the reformer flue gas. So we can capture 90 to 95% of the CO2 that is produced from the steam methane reformer hydrogen production unit. So we believe that is why hydrogen or producing hydrogen from steam methane reformers can supply the hydrogen economy with a very, very low CO2 footprint. Next slide, please. Just a little word on how, what's the process of doing the engineering and then doing the project off the ground. It follows a very methodical engineering approach where you first do scoping study, you then do front-end loading engineering, where you look at different options, and then you go into the basic engineering and then the detailed design. All of these, and then in construction, which can take a couple years for construction. These plants can be anywhere from $100 million US to even $500 million US for large, the biggest ones. So these are very big projects. They're very complex. They involve compression of CO2 and transportation, so element of pipeline. And so they're complex projects, and the whole sales pipeline from start to finish when it's constructed and operating can be 3 to 5 years. So when we're looking at 7.6 gigatons per year of CO2 capture, it means that this technology, our technologies and other technologies, have to be deployed in a massive way over the next 5 or 10 years. It's going to change the entire energy infrastructure. Next slide, please. A bit on our business model. We know that we can't do everything to do with these projects. We're not trying to be an engineering firm. We're not trying to be a construction firm. We are a technology provider. So we want to manufacture the core structured adsorbents technology and also partner with manufacturing the machine. And the EPCs and project developers and emitter companies do the detailed design of the entire capture plant and the construction and the operation. So we are pushing for a capital light model where we manufacture our core technology only, and we partner with engineering firms, project development firms, and emitter firms to do the rest of these complex projects. Also, a partnership with all governments have to be involved in all these projects too, because almost all the projects are driven by the regulatory framework. Next slide, please. Just a last slide on here on our market focus. We are focused on North America right now. We are watching very closely Europe and Asia, and we are certainly talking to folks in Europe and Asia and the Middle East, but our first focus in North America. The reason for that is, number one, there is CO2 infrastructure already in place in North America. The blue lines on this map are CO2 pipelines that exist already. So an existing infrastructure that we can feed CO2 into, and sequestration projects are being developed. So a lot of the infrastructure is there already. Also, the second reason is that sequestration can happen in North America. It's been proved in North America over many projects. It's accepted by the public and by the government to do sequestration on land. And there's plenty of possibility for sequestration, lots and lots of pore space room for sequestration. And the third one is the regulatory framework in the United States is enabling CO2 capture. I'll just give you a last thing I'll say is that CO2 capture, the costs are about $25 US for the capture part, $25 for the compression and transportation, and about $25 for sequestration. So about $75 for the entire project per ton. And the new 45Q tax equity credit that the US is putting in place this year is for $85 a ton. So the economics are working in North America. We certainly hope that's going to happen globally around the world, but it's going to take some time for regulatory frameworks. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brad Henkel from Canada. Thank you very much for that. And wish you a very nice evening นะฮะท่านนี้ก็จอยลงมาจากแคนาดานะฮะตอนนี้เขาคงดึกอยู่ก็ดูมืดๆนะครับเอาละครับนั่นก็เป็นเวที
So there was the discussion on the technology for net zero. I believe that we all have a role to play to contribute to net zero goals. So we'll come to the next discussion forum across the generation. We have 5 speakers to join us on from different sectors, including those from the academia, marine biologist, as well as in green activist and actress. There's also a key opinion leader as well. And most importantly, we also have 2 representatives of the youth, of the young generation, to join us in this discussion on cross intergeneration discussion to reduce carbon emission. First of all, I'm sure you will know this speaker. He's a marine biologist and environmentalist, the assistant professor, Thorn Thamrong Nawasawat. And the next speaker, who is well known not only as an actress but also a green activist. She has dedicated her work in terms of raising awareness on climate change and effects on us. Kun Cherry Kem Akson, please welcome to the stage. Next, we have an influencer and opinion leader who is known for his green activism. He has been awarded the Best Green Influencer Award, Kun Kong Chanat Wuthi Vichaykan. Welcome to the stage. And we also have representatives from the young generation who also have their mindset on net zero and addressing climate change, as well as addressing the plastic issues and recycling. Representing Charter International School, who has taken initiatives in terms of the environmental concerns, Kun Pirada Hiranpruk or Uni. Welcome to the stage. And another representative from the young generation who is interested in sustainability, representing the Rungleung Upatham, one of the Bangchak Eco Schools, Kun Anantachat Disara. Welcome to the stage. Good morning and welcome all 5 speakers. We have about 50 minutes altogether, but I believe that some people might question what is the meaning of sustainability, because each person might have different definitions. So what is the definition of sustainability in your view? Let's start from you, Ajahn Thorn. For us, the older generation, sustainability probably means longevity. We would like to be able to live longer and in a secure environment. In terms of the environment, I think sustainability means that we can conserve, can protect our own capitals, our own personal capitals. But in a larger context, there is the forest, the ocean, the rivers. We need also to make sure that they stay with us. Very good, sir. You say that longevity comes from the environmental sustainability. Of course, if we want to live longer, but we have increased amount of PM 2.5, then we won't be able to live long. That's certainly the case. You have worked in this issue for very long, but we'll come back to you a little bit later, sir. Now let's go to Kun Cherry what is your view on sustainability? What brought you to this issue? Let's talk first about sustainable world. Of course, according to the dictionary, sustainability means the use of natural resources in a way that doesn't harm the planet. Our world is composed of natural resources as well as the nature, animals, and human beings. So sustainability means that human beings must coexist with nature and use natural resources in a way that can last a long time. So we have to talk about sustainable world. Now let's turn to the younger generation, because we have representatives who will be speaking in English.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. You're truly bilingual then. Then can I ask you, when we think about the sustainable world, what do you think of?
So if we want a sustainable world we're gonna have to, it's sort of like a factory. If we're gonna cut down a tree, we're gonna have to plant a new one to make up for the one that we just cut down. So it's like our world can like fix up itself. Earth can fix up itself, right? But if we just destroy the earth, continuing and like not reducing any of our carbon emissions, or just taking all our resources straight from the ground or stuff like that, the earth can't fix itself up, and we're just going to end up with a sort of world with a bunch of trash on it, and it's just not going to be a good place to live in.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Your English is much better than mine.
ฟังไม่รู้เรื่องเลยเป็นครูสอนลูกผมได้ไหม
นี่
สอนภาษาอังกฤษ
นี่เด็กจริงวะเนี่ย
Maybe she can teach my children also English. Don't worry, I will translate for you. She said that if we continue to destroy the world, then that's not going to work, because we have to pass it on to the next generation. Please give her a round of applause. That's very impressive.
Parents. Where are your parents? Where are they? Oh well, that's the creator of a young pride today. นะครับถามน้องอนันตชาติกันบ้างนะครับ เด็กวัยนี้เริ่มต้น
Now let's turn to Kun Anantachat. What do you think? What sustainable world means? And when you say we need to do something, what can we do? Let's go. A sustainable world means that we have long-lasting natural resources without being destroyed or without disappearing, but it stays the same in balance. And in order to achieve that, we need to join our hands. We have to collaborate in not further destroying the world. First, by reducing plastic use and end deforestation, and we need to grow more trees and reduce burning and emitting gases, and also reducing the use of private cars that emit gases. Very good, thank you. And now let's talk with the content creator, the influencer. What is your definition of sustainability, and what is your inspiration to work in this field? First of all, sustainability, I think sustainability means far-sightedness. We cannot just look just immediately around us, but we need to further. and when we think, we do, we produce or consume, we need to do it in a sustainable way. And so when we look in the future, that we need to be able to maintain the balance of nature, of the air, of water, so that we can continue to have it in the future. We can't just focus on the immediate present, but we need to think and look beyond. Thank you. Sustainability, in my view. Thank you. And I believe that it is not a path, it is paved with rose petals in order to on the way to achieve our goals. So what can enable us to achieve the goal? What are the goal opportunities and challenges? I think mainly it is us human beings, and I would like to say that there are three kinds of us. First of all, we play the role of consumers, and at the moment we are consuming more than we should, and we sometimes don't consider the consequences of our consumption, and we don't have proper management of this waste, such as plastic and other garbage. But as for the producers or manufacturers, they also have similar roles in manufacturing products with excess consumption of natural resources, and they also create pollution. So as for manufacturers, you need to factor in the environmental costs, so that these have to be accounted for, because what we are doing today might be acceptable for the present, but looking forward, we might think back and see this as a loss. So we need to factor in the environmental costs. And secondly, we need to think about the social costs. We need to take into consideration the effects of our production on other sectors of society. And the third one is the financial cost of financial capitals. Many companies, including myself, my own companies, are now working in terms of social enterprises that can contribute to society, social sustainability. It is not easy, but we need to ensure that our businesses have the least negative impacts on people and society, and in a way that is sustainable. If we take into account all these costs, then it can be sustainable. And lastly, what I think is the most important, and if once mobilized, will make deep impact, that is the public sector or the government. If the government has enabling policies that can lead to concrete actions, then that will have great impacts. So if all these three parts, consumers, producers, and the public sector or the government, can join hands and lead us to net zero. Wow, I think that is such an impressive insight, because we need to think of values in terms of values, not just profits.
Okay.
Would it be possible? Well, can I ask you, what are key challenges or what are obstacles that prevent the entire world to be sustainable?
Okay, so the obstacles that that's going to keep our world from being sustainable is people are going to be confused, like, why would you need to change? The world will just continue to go on like this forever. They don't understand that if we don't do something about it, it's going to like have a huge impact on the future of the world. So I think that that's going to be one of the obstacles. But everyone's on social media right now. So I think it's a good idea if you like take advantage of everyone being on social media. You can just go on there and like it's like you can just tell people like, oh, this is what's happening in the world right now. We have to reduce or do stuff like this. And it's we also have to and even if like only 50 people see it, at least 5% of them are going to start doing something about it, which is a good thing. So if you just keep on like going, it's gonna help a lot. But it's not only just telling people what they need to do. You also have to convince them to try and be a better person. But you can't just convince them to be a better person because they would think like, oh, this is a good thing to do. I would look cool. So you not only have to convince them to do something good, you also have to spread awareness on why you should do something good. But still, there is still gonna be some people who still don't understand like why you need to post about this. Like, oh, you don't need to do that. It's not even important. So, a lot of people are just still gonna not understand what they need to do. So that's one of the obstacles that you're gonna need to face. But there's still gonna be some people who will try to do something about it.
Thank you very much ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้หน่อยครับ I'm proud of you not because of your linguistic ability but also your wisdom and your public awareness about environment เห็นน้องตั้งแต่น้องอยู่ในครรภ์ของแม่นะฮะคุณแม่มาด้วยนะฮะต้องบอกว่าน่าภาคภูมิใจเพราะว่าน้องแบบนี้ครับน้องมอง
It's very impressive. She did not just focus on the hardware but on the humanware, the human software, and how we can be agent of change through the social media. If only 5% of people see our post, that will lead to change and to ensure global sustainability. Thank you. Now, back to Ajahn Thorn, who has dedicated his whole life in conservation of nature, especially the Thai Ocean. But despite all his efforts, a lot of people still throw garbage in our water sources and into the sea. But how do you feel about that? I must say that I am now very happy at this moment because now a lot of attention has been paid to this issue. Now I go to many meetings, sometimes like 3 meetings in a day. And there are people who are concerned about the changes in the future. Environmentalists are not troubled by the global warming because we have a lot of job to do. We have more work to do. Actually, the business persons have to be more concerned because you have to make change. Myself, I have more job. I have job security. I am now almost 60 years old. You don't look 60, but yes, I am. But these people, will have to live beyond me. So if the world comes to an end tomorrow, I have lived long enough and for everyone else. So I am not that concerned as I should as the more concern should be on the younger generation and also have children, which in retrospect might be a mistake. But we need to also think about the future generations. Environmentalists are usually selfish because our job, because we are concerned about our family, our children in the future. That's why we are selfish and we are working in order to ensure change, better change for the future. And I have taught hundreds and thousands of people, and I'm trying to help them to have a better future. So I'm not tired. I'm exhausted. More work means I will become even more active. Next year, I'm sure there will be even more work for us to do. So I'm here to help with. This is a work. And I think contributes to this efforts who have come to the area of work. Maybe sure in the beginning people with you in this future ask you how about the journey for your engagement in this issue from the beginning. Please allow me to introduce my of garbage and recycling to social media platforms and YouTube. And fortunately, because of this issue, I have made many friends engaged in garbage. Like 10 years earlier, there might be only 1 or 2 likes, but these days there are a lot more engagement with my audience. So I am not. There are a lot of people to others. The challenge for me is to ensure that garbage separation is not troublesome, because people usually think that this kind of thing is troublesome, is something that require extra work, like they have to carry a water, personal water bottle, or their own utensils, or to separate garbage, or sometimes even have to wash the garbage and sort it and then send it to different facilities. And like you are a good person, you don't require someone to clap, to applaud for you, but it is a normal thing. It has to be a normal thing for everyone, that everyone can do and should do. But the reason that a person who sort his garbage become an influencer is because of the normality in the society that makes this practice unusual. But it is there. You know, you go in this around town and you see these trash bins with different colors, but a lot of people don't know what to do with them. But it is not difficult at all. It is easy. Actually, it is easier than many things we learn in school, like the multiplication table, because we can identify what it is we are holding. Well, this is glass, this is plastic. We can teach this to children from the earliest age, but it is just sad that it has not been done. So we try in my content, I'll try to make this as simple as possible and to make garbage sorting a normal thing that anyone should do in everyday life. Thank you. I am not surprised that why you got awards for what you did. As you said, sometimes I think Thai people are sometimes quite surprising. They put like wooden stick in a aluminum trash bin or something like that. So that's what we need to change.
Are you still awake? Okay, you should smile more because you're doing a good thing. So the question right now is, the school you're at Rung Rung Upatham is an eco school, right? So could you tell us a bit about what you learned there? What has made you become interested in the environment and to realize that we need to have a better ecology? And how do you use that knowledge in your daily life? So when I learn, the teachers will teach us basics like separating the trash, garbage, what types there are. So there's like food waste, there's general waste, there's recyclables, there's hazardous waste, and they will teach us that you will have to segregate them. You can't put things like plastic bags or foams into the wrong bin, or if you only put recyclables into the recycling bins like bottles, PET bottles or glass bottles, and make sure that you put the hazardous waste in the appropriate places like the batteries, and also for the biological waste like needles or face masks, make sure you put that in the right bins. And sometimes you have leftover food, and there should be you should be able to put it in the proper bin for compost, so you don't waste, so that food isn't actually waste, it can become fertilizer. And they will teach us that we can use food waste to make bioferments, and or to recycle other items, for example like the dust or the pencil sharpener filings, and to make into something that can still be usable. So I think that's great, because a lot of people will say that, just put it in any bin because they will all end up in the same place anyway. So can I ask Kun Kong, is that true? Well, that's half true, because if we sort it properly, then the people who collect the garbage, they if we separate it from a home, they can take that to sell, and it will become a source of income for them. So they will be more incentivized to separate it when they collect it as well. But if we don't separate it from our houses, it's going to be difficult for them to sell it on, so they won't have the incentive to separate it afterwards. So it's half true. It really starts from the household that you should separate it there. And some people ask, did you know that Thai people just pile everything together? And I've heard someone who sorts their waste. They say that I don't care if it goes in the same place. I'll do my duty, and that's what I should do. Now, another important or a new wave that's very important came out of COP26. Like some Thai people are saying that, oh, that's so many years away in the future. It's so far away. Why does it have to concern us? Or what, carbon neutral 2050, net zero 2065. I just like to ask you, do you think we can do it, and what conditions will ensure that we're able to reach that goal? So if you ask someone who's almost 60 that we're going to do that in 30 years, and of course they'll say yes, because by that time they won't care. They might be gone already. Like if you ask an old person, I can tell you any year I want to, and it's not my responsibility by that time. So these targets, it's good to have them. But what's more important than the targets is the short-term actions as well. So we have a long-term target. It's not that we have these long-term targets and we just pray that it happens. We need short-term goals and short-term plans to ensure that we get there in the end. So right now, don't talk about 2050, 2065. Let's talk about 2030. That's a closer target. I don't know what it's going to be like at that time. So let's think about 2030. That's a closer goal. What can we do to achieve our targets by 2030? And everyone's saying the same thing. So first we have to do is, it's not like climate change. We have to change the systems. Like climate change is something we've talked about for so long. It's boring now. We have to talk about system changes so that we can adapt to climate change. And these are the important points. If you look at COP26, the results that came out of it, there was a summary that if we want to maintain the 1.5 degree increase, so if we compare that to a bottle, if a full bottle, we want to, fill the whole bottle, but what we're doing now is just a tiny little bit. We can only do 20% of the bottle. And if for Thailand, what we have to do is that, next January, the government will, if the government says that, we'll give you 100,000 if you buy an electric vehicle, then I'm sure people will pile on to that. So I think about changing the source of energy is a good way to start, right? I like when we talk about energies, one word that they use is trade-offs. It's not good energy or bad energy. It's the trade-offs that we have to consider. It's like waste. You have to look at the trade-offs. We trade off convenience, but we become more responsible, and that's better for the environment. So we trade off some things. So maybe we trade off some short-term profits for long-term benefits. So if I were to summarize it, I think this might be my last question, considering the time. Oh, I might get another question. Okay, so maybe I'll leave that for later, but I'll give a short summary for this question then. In case we run out of time, I just want to say that think about what we're investing our time and effort into right now. We're working so that we can have money saved up for our family in the future, right? So that, for example, Nong Yuni will have a good life in the future. So we're trading off our money nowadays, or work, our effort today for the future of our future, for the future of our children. That's the same thing when we talk about the environment. If we want them to be happy in the future, if we want them to not have to live in a flood area, if we have to think about what we trade off environmentally, or with our responsibilities to ensure that they don't have to live underwater. And if you, like I keep saying that if you talk about someone who's 50, 60, we're not working for ourselves anymore. We're not thinking about our future as much as we are thinking about our families, our children's future. So think about the efforts we put into work and getting money. Put that effort into preserving the forests and the environment for the future so that we can pass it on to them. I think that was a very good point, and I remember Greta Thunberg. When we talk about short-term actions, right? like at the moment, I'm bored about all these objectives, all these proposals, all these plans. What we really need now is action. And it's not just Greta. Everyone is saying that we need more action. Queen Elizabeth is saying that. Greta is saying that. Everyone is saying that it's past the time for planning. We have to act. Like what we're doing now. What I do every day. I go live and I talk without pay, or it's not because I'm looking to gain anything, but I'm trying to open people's minds, to create channels, to create opportunities for people to get into this area, to get on board with this. What's most important nowadays, or at this moment, is to communicate with the people, communicate in different ways, not just stick to the old ways of talking about this issue. We have to find different ways to communicate, to create new short-term actions. And all of this starts from inspiration, right? Because a lot of people think, oh, I do this because I believe this. So I would like to ask Kun Shari, since as an activist you are trying to encourage and inspire people to act, right? So how do you do this? How do you get people to believe that the environment is important? And how do you get them to act? So I started getting really into environmental activism about 5 years ago, because back then there was a really bad drought and we didn't know how we could find a solution. So I talked to different organizations, different foundations, and we had got this program that we plant. It's not just fostering forests, but it's to foster people as well. And we found out that doing that project, okay, it was good that we acted, but what was also as important was communicating with the people who joined the program, the people who lived in the areas, the people who were in the rural areas that we worked with on the project. And we found out that all of this ties into our daily lives. Everything we do every day affects us and affects someone else. So when we wake up, from the moment we wake up, from the moment we go to bed, we decide to act, and these actions have effects, have consequences. So we try to think about how we can create a positive effect on other people or on the society as a whole. And hopefully it might just be one drop from us, but collectively we can be a torrent of water that creates wider change. And I just want to say that everything we do affects us and affects everyone else. So nowadays we see a lot more incidents of extreme weather, bigger floods, worse droughts. And it's not just what the environmental impacts we see, but it affects the economy. We see inflation, things are getting more expensive. So these are the consequences I'm talking about. And like the COP26, a lot of people might think that, it's not thing that should concern us because we're not taking part, but really it does concern us. It does affect us. And we see the effects of climate change, the natural disasters that are becoming more frequent, more severe. This is just the beginning. The temperature is just one aspect of it, because one degree increase in temperature creates so many negative consequences. So if it does get to 1.5, we have to be prepared to adapt. And we have to brace ourselves for the impacts on not just us, but the people we love. So try to think about that. Try to think about what we can do that will have a positive effect. How can we change our behavior? Can we reduce the amount of energy or products we consume, the types of things we purchase? Everything is connected and our decisions matter. And whatever we do, there's going to be a cost in emissions somewhere. So try to think about that. So thank you, Kun Shari. And speaking about becoming an influencer, so I want to ask Kun Kong, when you want to try to influence people to change their behavior, and create a new trend. So what do you think about the trend for people becoming more environmentally conscious and creating an impact on other people? What would your target be? What are your next steps as an influencer? So if you say that it's a trend, then I think, yeah, you can say that, but it's less of a trend than it's more of something that we have to do. It's like Kun Cherry mentioned, the severity of the disasters, the forest fires, the rainfall, the flooding. We see it becoming worse and worse than we have ever seen everywhere throughout the world. So it has to be a trend. It has to be something that we do, but it's different. It's not like a fashion trend that we decide that, oh, it's cool, but it's something that we must do. It's a trend of necessity. And we can see a lot of areas where us as consumers can have an effect, because as a content creator, I see a lot of people commenting, sharing their experiences, and we see that a lot of people in society want to be involved, are aware of this, to the point that they've formed an association of garbage collectors so that they can get together and make sure that they can sort their waste better. And I think that's very interesting. We see people are willing to pay to get their waste to the proper facilities, whether it's sending their waste outside of Bangkok to Chonburi, or making sure that their waste is used on green projects like creating the green roads. They were willing to pay to ship their waste to the proper places. But I also think that, why do we have to do that? Why do we have to pay? And it's a good thing that people are willing to, but we shouldn't have to pay extra for that. And at the moment, people are starting to have more free places where you can send your trash that's free of charge, which is good. It will encourage more consumers, more people, and more brands to get involved in this process, so that we are able to transport the waste to the proper facilities free of charge. It shouldn't be an additional burden on us. Or we can look at things like department stores. We might feel like they're sacrificing space to collect waste, but it's something that we probably have to do, because if you look at the cost of waste management in this country, it is a lot. So every little helps, and we should do everything that we can. And one thing I like is what you said earlier, that I don't care what happens if it's mismanaged, but at least I did my duty. And that's a good mindset to have. And it's easy at the household because it's a small amount of waste, and we can do that because it's small. But if we wait until it becomes a big pile, it becomes so much harder to sort. And think about when the floods come. If there's a big pile of trash and floodwater comes in, it's going to be a huge problem. And it's not just going to be polluted water, but it's about absorption or greenhouse gas capture as well. So it's a manageable problem when it's still in our control, in our household. Don't let it become a bigger problem down the line. And I think it's something that everyone should feel like it's their responsibility, it's their duty, that it's something they have to do. And it would be great, and what I want to see is that the bigger system supports the individual efforts. Because at the moment, we try hard and people are discouraged. So if there are any campaigns that you can do, we already see people are willing to go all in. The private sector is willing to run these campaigns. So if the system as a whole is willing to support us, then that's great.
พร้อมกันแล้วไหนๆพูดถึงตัว
So we are already, like the example Kun Kong said, in German it says Müllhalde, which is the garbage mountain. Because all the German kids know this word because they have been educated in this matter. We have about 3 minutes left. Today's topic is on exponential path to net zero. That's why, in the end, I would like to ask each speaker to leave something, a short message to the audience, what they can do individually. So please, let's hear from each of the speaker. How can each individual can contribute to the exponential path to net zero? So please send your message to those who are viewing us on different platforms. Exponential path, I mean, I would say do it now, whatever it is, whether even small things. Once you start, then you will have more information, more idea, and do bigger things. So don't wait, do it now, and contribute to net zero goals. Thank you. Thank you. And now is the key word. So let's
Remark
go
for
to
you.
Kun Uni.
Okay, so if you want to make it better, everyone's going to have to contribute to try and help. So it can range from just getting a cloth bag every time you go to 7-Eleven or something, or you can just not throw your trash into the ocean, maybe, or it can go to you can maybe plant some trees, or anything that will help. Everyone will have to try and work together to make it better. That way it will be a lot faster in opposed to if it was just a few people.
น้ำตาจะไหลหลานเก่งๆขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยนะครับ
I want to cry. She's so good, impressive. Just go shopping with cloth bags. Don't use plastic bag. That's the beginning. That's great. Thank you very much. Now let's go to Kun Kong. Towards exponential path, like this graph behind us, I think environmental issues must not be limited to CSR or marketing campaigns, but it has to pervade all organizations at all levels. We need to give due attention or focus to it as we do the bottom lines in all of our business practices, as well as the design of all the systems in our country. It has to permeate all levels, and it should not be just marketing policy or CSR campaigns. So it has to be in all public and private concerns, not just climate change, but systemic change. So now let's come to Kun Kanachat for the final words. Like Kun Cherry said, we have to start now, and we need to build awareness, because they might realize that it concerns them, but they still wait. And what will happen, as we are aware, 2019 and 2020 we have faced many issues, including PM 2.5, pollution, and also the plastic garbage issues, in addition to COVID. And we need to change to transform ourselves. And for example, now we rely a lot on food delivery, which creates a lot of garbage and which maybe exceed the landfill capacity, and the garbage management will have to burn them, and that lead to more PM 2.5 pollution, particulates, and also sea garbage because our inappropriate garbage disposal practices. So in conclusion, we have to make it our duty to contribute to net zero. Now let's come back to Ajahn Thorn for the final words. Yes, more financing, easy. We need more financing. I have heard the word campaigns for 30 years and I don't believe in it anymore, but I believe in money. Show me the money. We need financing. So whatever new businesses or new processes, no new professions, we all need money to drive forward because that's money makes the world go around. Even the UN representative earlier in this morning, they didn't only touch on awareness raising, but they touched on the movement of money, the funding, the carbon. If we talk about high carbon, a lot of disasters, we need to move the money from the profit-focused businesses to new kind of businesses, to low carbon businesses, like even the Prime Minister said. So we don't need only words, we need actions, we need funding. If the companies say that they achieve some net zero goal, they should be rewarded, such as in terms of tax reduction. Because no one wants to do good things if they are treated the same way as polluters. So please, this is off the record, but there's a lot of hypocrisy, and I have seen like many actions that have been done well-intentioned, like Kuncheri have grown trees and to reforest, but then they build the water reservoir or dams in the same area where those plants have been grown. So most importantly, adults, the older generation must stop the hypocrisy so that this younger generation can have a better world. Thank you. That's hitting hard, and thank you very much for your hard-hitting last words, and I hope that leave the audience with the impression that they need to start now and show the funding, the money, because money makes the world go round. So please give a round of applause to Ajahn Thorn, Kun Cherry, Kun Kong, Kun Yuni Hiranpluk, and Kun Anancha Disara. Thank you very much for joining us today.
ขอบคุณมากๆนะครับนั่นก็เป็นภาพรวมนะครับ
That's the conclusion of today's event. Thank you very much to all of our 5 speakers with their clear messages. These are people who have already commenced on their actions towards net zero, and not only the older or younger generations, everyone will be affected by the climate change. So that's the conclusion of our event, Exponential Path to Net Zero, Bangchak 100X. For those who are viewing the live broadcast, we will have another forum, discussion forum on clean energy from hydrogen, and those who are interested in the technical aspects, please follow clean hydrogen from methane pyrolysis from Lux researchers. Kun Runil Daniel will be presenting on this topic. So that's the conclusion of exponential path to net zero. I hope that all sectors will join hands, whether in public, private, and civil society sectors, will join hands to reduce carbon emissions so that we will achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius and net zero goals. So we would like also to invite you to scan the QR code and give us some feedbacks for better and even better event in the future. And you can also register to be the first 100 net zero person in Thailand. And I would like to thank all of the members of the Carbon Market Club. On behalf of Bangchak Corporation, I would like to express our gratitude to all participants and speakers, and we will meet again in future events. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Ronald Dahlia and I am a senior analyst on the energy team at Lux Research. And first of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this event today. It's really a pleasure to be amongst all of you. Before I start, however, I want to give a brief introduction about Lux Research. Lux is an advisory firm where we help companies drive growth through technology innovations. We provide data analysis and insights on emerging technologies and innovation trends across industries, including the energy, materials, and agri-food sector. Now, today I'm here to talk about methane pyrolysis. Methane pyrolysis is an emerging platform for hydrogen production. But before I go into the details of methane pyrolysis, I want to take a look at the eventual market size for the hydrogen economy. Now, this figure that you see here is a scenario that was generated by Shell in 2018, known as the Shell Sky scenario. Now, this scenario imagines a world where we meet the goal of the Paris Agreement. And according to Shell, this would be the demand for hydrogen, whether gray, blue, or green, when it comes to its utilization in our energy system. Now, today, we're using a lot of hydrogen for crude oil refining as well as fertilizer production. But in the future, the scenario foresees that hydrogen will be used as a fuel for the industrial sector, as a fuel for road transportation, as well as a fuel for air and marine transportation as well. So you can see that the market for pure hydrogen will grow to up to around 675 million tons if we are to meet the goal of the Paris Agreement. So that is a lot of hydrogen that we'll need, which means that we'll have to produce a lot of it. And when it comes to the production of hydrogen, there are many ways that you can produce hydrogen. Now, I imagine that you're familiar with the colors of hydrogen. Now, today, over 95% of our hydrogen is gray hydrogen. This is hydrogen that comes from the reforming of natural gas. But when it comes to a low carbon hydrogen economy, there are different shades of hydrogen available. There is a blue hydrogen where you're reforming natural gas, but you're capturing the CO2 and sequestrating it underground, essentially resulting in a close to net zero carbon source of hydrogen. And you also have green hydrogen, which we hear a lot about today. Over here, you're using renewable electricity, feeding that in a water electrolyzer to produce net zero hydrogen. But what we're seeing now is an emerging source of low carbon hydrogen, which is known as turquoise hydrogen. This hydrogen comes from a technology known as methane pyrolysis. In this technology, you're essentially cracking methane over a solid catalyst in many cases that results in a net zero carbon source of hydrogen. Now, how does it compare versus blue hydrogen? Now, if you take a look at blue hydrogen value chain, you're taking natural gas, you're feeding that in a steam reformer to produce hydrogen, as well as carbon monoxide, as well as CO2, and you're then separating the CO2 out and sequestrating it underground. In the case of pyrolysis, you're feeding the natural gas in a methane pyrolyzer. But what you see here is that you're not actually producing the CO2. Instead, the carbon that is in the methane is captured in a solid form. So here you're producing pure hydrogen as well as pure carbon. Now, why is that interesting? When it comes to blue hydrogen, if you're producing the CO2 and you're capturing the CO2, you can't just simply leave the CO2 there. You have to find a place to sequester the CO2 underground. And in many regions around the world, for example, Southeast Asia, you don't have the space to store the CO2 underground, which leaves you with a problem. What do you do with that CO2? So this is why in cases such as these, pyrolysis, methane pyrolysis is quite interesting because here you don't have CO2 to worry about. You're left with a source of solid carbon. Now, solid carbon has a market value. It can be sold onto the market as carbon black, but you can also modify that solid carbon into more complex structures such as graphite or graphene and sell that onto the market at higher value. So in the case of blue hydrogen, that hydrogen is the only product, whereas in the case of methane pyrolysis, both hydrogen and carbons are products. Now, as I mentioned earlier, methane pyrolysis is an emerging technology platform. So the technology was first commercialized around 20 years ago by a company that is now known as Aker, but that facility was eventually shut down due to poor economics. But what we're seeing now is that with the rise of the hydrogen economy, there's a lot more of attention devoted to the development of methane pyrolysis. And there are now many more companies developing these technologies. Now, methane pyrolysis is the umbrella term for producing pure hydrogen and pure carbon from methane. But when it comes to technologies itself, there are different types of technologies that you can use. The first type of technology is known as a plasma platform. So here, you're essentially cracking the methane at very high temperatures in plasma, and these temperatures will reach upwards of 2000 degrees Celsius. So you're cracking that methane molecule to leave you with pure hydrogen and with pure carbon. And in the space, you have large companies such as Gazprom in Russia developing the technologies, but you also have startups such as Monolith Materials and HiRock that are also developing plasma platform for methane pyrolysis. Now, the second technology area is known as thermal pyrolysis. So over here, you're simply using heat to break down a molecule of methane into pure carbon and pure hydrogen. Now, BASF in Germany is one such large company that is developing the platform. They have a pilot scale facility that they're now looking to scale to a commercial platform in the next decade. But you also have academic institutions, for example, TNO in the Netherlands, as well as startups, for example, Econa in the US, developing these technology platform and scaling the thermal platform for methane pyrolysis. And then finally, you have what is known as a catalytic platform, where here you're using a solid catalyst to drive forward the reaction to crack methane into carbon and hydrogen. Now, over here, we don't have any large corporations. This is mostly a space that is dominated by academic institutions, but you have a couple of startups, for example, Hazer Group in Australia, as well as C0 in the US, developing these technologies. Now, let's take a look at some of the more interesting companies in the space that are really driving forward the development of the industry, starting with monolith material. Now, Monolith is today the leader in methane pyrolysis as a whole. They are the only company that have a commercial facility that is right now cracking methane into hydrogen and carbon. Now, Monolith, they use a plasma technology platform where they are performing these cracking reactions at temperatures above 2000 degrees Celsius. They launched the first commercial scale facility in 2020 that is right now producing 5,000 tons of hydrogen and 15,000 tons of carbon per year. Right now, the company is focused on scaling the platform up to the commercial scale, and they intend to launch a facility in 2021. In terms of market, the company is focused on the ammonia market for hydrogen production, as well as the carbon black market for its solid carbon produced. Another entity in the space is TNO. TNO is a research institute based in the Netherlands, and TNO, they're developing a technology that they're calling Amber, which is a methane pyrolysis platform that uses a combination of molten metal as well as a molten salt reactor to crack the methane at temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius. Now, one of the main challenges in methane pyrolysis is the solid carbon produced in the reactor system. Quite often, that solid carbon will end up clogging the components within the reactor systems. So the innovation here that TNO is developing is using the molten salt layer to essentially capture the carbon, separate the carbon and capture it in a separate stream. This avoids the problem of carbon deposition on the catalyst as well as within the inner reactor system. Now, this platform is currently at the laboratory scale, and TNO does not expect to launch a commercial platform before 2035. But this is a new approach to methane pyrolysis that should be tracked very closely. And then you have another company known as Hazer Group. So Hazer Group, they are based in Australia, they're a startup, and they are developing a catalytic process for methane pyrolysis. So the innovation here within the Hazer Group is that they're using a cheap catalyst for this process. It's an iron ore catalyst made of iron oxide that can crack methane at temperatures of around 800 to 900 degrees Celsius. Now, this is a lower temperature range than what TNO or monolith material, for example, would use when it comes to methane pyrolysis. Now, right now, Hazer Group is currently at the early stage. They have a demo, a pilot scale facility in Australia that is currently where they intend to produce around 1,000 tons of hydrogen per year. And here they are using biogas as a feedstock. Now, the other companies out there are using methane as a feedstock, and methane is fossil in nature, whereas biogas is biogenic in nature. So the methane in the biogas does not count as fossil. So Hazer Group's technology, the hydrogen produced will be considered as fully renewable. So currently, Hazer Group is right now figuring out their commercialization pathways. In the near term, they intend to sell hydrogen for fueling purposes, as well as the solid carbon product as graphite. Now, the company, in our opinion, will have challenges when it comes to the sale of the carbon product, because a company like Monolith Material, for example, they are focused on selling carbon as carbon black, which has a simple structure. Whereas graphite has a more complicated structure, so Hazer Group will have to find the correct market for the sale of its graphite product. And then finally, you have Ekona Power. So Ekona Power, they are based in Canada, and the company has a very unique approach to methane pyrolysis. Ekona is developing a new type of chemical reactor that they're calling the pulse methane pyrolysis reactor, where essentially you have two chambers. The first chamber is for methane combustion. You generate the heat required to drive forward the reaction. And the second chamber is where the methane will be cracked from the heat in the first chamber. So these two chambers, they operate in series, but it's a very rapid reaction. So essentially ends up being almost a continuous process. Now, Ekona Power is currently at the laboratory scale. Recently, they sold 20% stake to Baker Hughes, and earlier this year, they raised $3 million in funding from Canadian government entities. Now, the company has quite an interesting approach to methane pyrolysis, but it is still an approach that is unproven at scale. So the challenge with Econo Power will come towards scaling the platform up, as well as validating this new type of reactor at a commercial scale. Now, overall, you can see that all of these companies here are focused on the carbon black market when it comes to commercializing their technologies. The advantage of methane pyrolysis is that you have two products rather than just the hydrogen product from the system, which means that the sale of carbon black will offset the cost of production of hydrogen. Now, given that the technology is still at an early stage of development, the cost of hydrogen production is still currently at the projection stage rather than validated at scale. But if the carbon could be sold onto the carbon black market, the technology developers expect that the price of hydrogen produced from methane pyrolysis will be lower than blue hydrogen. And you can see here that when it comes to the carbon black market, the market will continue to increase steadily over the next few decades. Carbon black is mostly used in the tire manufacturing industry, but there are novel applications of carbon black that is being explored today. So overall, carbon black will be an important driver for the development of methane pyrolysis. Now, this was a brief overview of methane pyrolysis, as well as its role in the hydrogen economy. If there are any questions, please feel free to reach out to me or to Lux Research. Thank you very much.
pyrolysis มีลักษณะอย่างไรในปัจจุบันแล้วก็อนาคตจะมีหน้าตาอย่างไรถ้ามีใครมีคำถามก็สามารถติดต่อมาได้ที่อีเมลดังที่เห็นอยู่ในสไลด์นะครับขอบคุณมากครับ